Okay. All right, welcome everyone. And we'll start by setting our motivation using a Lamrim prayer. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Direct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon them with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the accomplishing of 2 attainments is keeping pure vows in Samaya. I have become firmly convinced of this. Please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who showed the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And letting that motivation sink in, stabilizing it, and adding in particular, may all obstacles related to the pandemic be swiftly dispelled. And as you stabilize that motivation, visualize Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara above your crown and above all other sentient beings as well. And holding that awareness of Chenrezig, having that very strong motivation, then we do the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty claret of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And before we repeat that prayer, really feel that yourself and all sentient beings are reciting it together. You can do the loving kindness visualization of your mother and all of your female relatives to the left, your father figure, all male relatives to the right, friends behind you, enemies in front, and all around sentient beings in all directions. And you lead them in this prayer together. So holding that in mind once again. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty claret of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And repeating that silently to yourself. And then think from Chenrezig's heart center, streams of white nectar light descend down through your body, purifying your body, speech, and mind. Think that this is happening simultaneously to all sentient beings. Radiant white nectar light flowing down, soothing and settling, purifying and protecting. You can think this is happening specifically to people actively suffering with the virus. but also anyone peripherally impacted and all sentient beings who have the seeds of such illness in their minds that could ripen at any time. May it be purified. And then we add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And continue the mantra under your breath, together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And shift to the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think once again from Chenrezig's heart center, streams of white light flow down and through, purifying body, speech, and mind of yourself and all sentient beings. And then think Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind, ripening the seeds for compassionate wisdom. And we dedicate, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Dei sala upasho janchu samchorim poche ma ke panam ke gyuchi ke panyam pa me pai gone gondu pawa sho toni tawarim poche ma ke panam ke gyuchi ke panyam pa me pai gone gondu pawa sho. Okay, so you can relax your attention. And if you're doing back-to-back sessions, you can take this moment to stretch and refresh yourself. Make sure that your posture feels stable and comfortable. And then to set our motivation for this session, we'll use the 3 principal aspects of the path by Lama Tsongkhapa. I bow down to my perfect gurus, the essential meaning of the victorious one's teachings, the path praised by all the holy victors and their children, the gateway of the fortunate ones desiring liberation. This I shall try to explain as much as I can. Those who are not attached to the pleasures of circling samsara, who strive to make freedom and endowments meaningful, who entrust themselves to the path pleasing the victorious ones. You fortunate ones, listen with a calm mind. Without the complete intention, definitely to be free from circling, there is no way to pacify attachment, seeking pleasurable effects in the ocean of circling. Also, by craving for cyclic existence, embodied beings are continuously bound. Therefore, at the very beginning, seek renunciation. Freedom and endowments are difficult to find, and life has no time to spare. By gaining familiarity with this, attraction to the appearances of this life is reversed. By thinking over and over again that actions and their effects are unbetraying, and repeatedly contemplating the miseries of cyclic existence, attraction to the appearances of future lives is reversed. When, by having trained in that way, there is no arising even for a second of attraction to the perfections of cyclic existence, and all day and night the intention seeking liberation arises, then the thought of renunciation has been generated. If renunciation has been developed, if it is not possessed by the mind of enlightenment, it does not become the cause of the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. Swept away by the current of the 4 powerful rivers, tied by the tight bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the total darkness of ignorance, endlessly reborn in cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by the 3 sufferings, thinking that all mothers are in such a condition, generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. In short, if like the mother whose cherished son has fallen into a pit of fire, and who experiences even 1 second of his suffering as an unbearable eternity, your reflection on the suffering of all mother sentient beings has made it impossible for you to bear their suffering for even 1 second, and the wish-seeking enlightenment for their sake arises without effort, then you have realized the supreme precious mind of enlightenment. Without the wisdom realizing ultimate reality, even though you have generated renunciation in the mind of enlightenment, you cannot cut the root cause of circling. Therefore, attempt the method to realize dependent arising. One who sees the cause and effect of all phenomena, of both cyclic existence and the state beyond sorrow, is forever unbetraying, and for whom any object trusted in by the grasping mind has completely disappeared, has at that time entered the path pleasing the Buddhas. If the appearance of dependent relation which is unbetraying is accepted separately from emptiness, and as long as they are seen as separate, then one has still not realized the Buddha's intent. If these 2 realizations are happening simultaneously without alternation, and from merely seeing dependent relation as completely unbetraying, the definite ascertainment comes that completely destroys the way all objects are apprehended as truly existent. At that time, the analysis of the ultimate view is complete. Furthermore, appearance eliminates the extreme of existence, and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence. If you realize how emptiness manifests in the manner of cause and effect, then you are not captivated by wrong notions holding extreme views. In this way, you realize exactly the vital points of the 3 principal aspects of the path. Resort to seeking solitude, generate the power of effort, and quickly accomplish your final goal, my child. And so with that motivation, renunciation, bodhicitta, correct view. Then we add to that, may all of the obstacles related to the pandemic swiftly be fulfilled. Swiftly be dispelled. And so all of the inner obstacles, all of the outer obstacles, anything within society, within families, within coworker groups, may all the obstacles related to the pandemic, not just the virus itself, may they all be quickly dispelled. And if we don't have the karma for these obstacles to be dispelled, may we have the mental strength to take them on the path to awakening, transforming them as fuel for practice. And so visualize above the crown of your head is Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig, radiant white, made of transparent light, the embodiment and representation of compassionate wisdom. And hold that awareness of Chenrezig while you add the motivation prayer on behalf of all mother sentient beings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And in response, streams of white nectar light flow down from Chenrezig's heart center, down through the crown of your head, flushing your system clean, your body becoming clean and clear like crystal from this purifying white light. Think that it soothes all inner obstacles, stresses, suffering, as well as all problematic outer situations. Think that this is simultaneously happening to every single sentient being, purifying their body, speech, and mind. And there becomes so much light that even the environment becomes purified, stabilized, safe, healthy, beautiful like a pure land. The planet blanketed in light, purifying wisdom, purifying, compassionate. And this compassionate wisdom ripens in the hearts of all sentient beings. And so hold this idea, hold this visualization of light, and add to it the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And hold that visualization. And continue the mantra under your breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. And the prayer: may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, that separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think that Chenrezig above your crown dissolves into light and absorbs into you. Dissolves into light and absorbs into each and every sentient being, and blesses all of our body, speech, and mind. And we dedicate. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, thanks everyone. So we'll now do another session with the Venerable Chuying.
Hello, my friend.
Hey, howdy from Cali.
You have a lovely setting. That looks like the very familiar Medicine Buddha Gampa.
Where are you? Are you at home? Or are you?
I'm crashing with friends at the moment.
Well, you have a lovely altar behind you. That's wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
We'll have a lovely session. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye. So welcome to anyone who might be joining on YouTube. And we're together again to do the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo at the advice of our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, knowing that it will benefit all sentient beings and help to eliminate this COVID epidemic. So anything we can do to help shorten how long COVID sticks around and to minimize any harm it might be doing, then how amazing. So I rejoice in all the efforts of all of the IMI Sangha and all of the support team from Chenrezig Institute who have been making this possible every Saturday. And so we're doing the practice called the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. And I'll go ahead and share my screen. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. So the Chenrezig team might be able to help take that off. That's happened before. But in the meantime, you can go ahead and start preparing for the session by just making sure that you're in a comfortable seat. Thank you so much to my friends who are letting me share the screen. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. So go ahead and get into a comfortable position. Let's see if this works. I'm on a borrowed computer, so I wasn't expecting some of these little quirks to happen. So find a nice comfortable position. And I don't think I can share my screen, so we will just have to make do without. And make sure that your back is straight. And just take a few nice deep breaths just to kind of help clear your mind and relax. Yes, Chenrezig Institute, you did exactly what you needed to do. Thank you so much. It's the computer that I borrowed has a security setting I can't change, so it's completely on my end. Thank you so much. So keep your back nice and straight, but relax all the muscles and skin on that skeleton so that you're feeling very stable. Just for a moment, kind of notice any sensations that you're having in your body, just to help settle and bring your attention to where we are right now in this moment. just quieting the mind so that when we start a meditation, the mind is either in a neutral place at the very minimum or in a very positive space. So we're just trying to develop a little mindfulness of what we're doing in the present moment to calm down any of the discussion, inner voice that might be happening, distractions, anything in your mind that might not be focused. And we need to set a very strong bodhicitta intention. And a very simple way to do that is to think, may all the actions of my body, speech, and mind only benefit others. And then we can elaborate on that by thinking about what does that really mean? How at the very least, we want to refrain from doing any harm with our body, speech, and mind. And then when we can, to also be of benefit to all sentient beings. And so then all of our actions are both avoiding harm and only benefiting others. And we have to remember all sentient beings applies to every single one. You can't leave out the people you don't like, the political party you disagree with, next partner, school bully. You can't pick and choose. You need to have this attitude towards all sentient beings. And why is this? Well, we can certainly relate to what it's like to have sufferings of body and mind. And the fact that no matter what we are involved in, there are problems. It just comes with the territory. And that's the same for every living being. There are problems and there are sufferings of body and mind. And knowing how much suffering that causes ourselves, where we generate some self-compassion, knowing that we ourselves want to be free of any suffering and have happiness. It's true for all other beings as well. And so we really wish that for them. And in particular, because we've been dealing with COVID now for more than a year, having a special intention that may this practice that we do together completely eliminate COVID. May anyone who has it be healed as quickly as possible, have the best outcomes. May all of the family who have relatives who are sick or who have lost people to COVID, may they not have the suffering of mind that comes with grief. All of the healthcare workers who talk about being unappreciated and sometimes even attacked, who've been fighting this, trying to help people for more than a year in extremely difficult conditions all over the world. Wishing they finally have relief and ease. And so we do this prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, starting with a motivation And the refuge prayer, these two little verses that we read 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so thinking about Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, who is one with your Guru, or if you're unfamiliar with Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, there's a lovely image of Thangtong Gyalpo in your booklet, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche has said that you can also look at the image of this great yogi who spontaneously created this prayer. But if you can visualize Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, your Guru, in this aspect, visualize Chenrezig in front of you, life size at the height of your crown or your brow. In the nature of light, nothing ordinary, all of the clothes and ornaments, the body, everything made out of light. And even if you can only just get a feeling of white light and Chenrezig's presence, just do your best. Know that there is perfect love for all sentient beings and the wisdom that sees how things truly exist as empty of any inherent existence. These are all embodied by Chenrezig. And imagine that a powerful beam of white nectar comes out and you're surrounded by all sentient beings, and it helps to just visualize them in human form, stretching endlessly across the horizon, filling space, and these powerful beams of nectar, white and blissful, flow out from Chenrezig, entering all of your crowns, all sentient beings, filling the body, completely purifying any of the negativities, these karmic causes of COVID, relieving all suffering and bringing complete bliss. As we say the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so, still thinking of Buddha Chenrezig, who's your guru, purifying all sentient beings while saying this actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now imagine that all sentient beings, their mind, their body, completely purified. No suffering and no causes of suffering. Just abiding in bliss. Everyone abiding in a state of emptiness. Seeing how all phenomena are empty of inherent existence. And then Buddha Chenrezig, who is one with your guru, comes to the crown of your head, turns to face the same direction as you, melts into white light, dissolving into you, merging with you, so you're filled with light and one with your guru, who is also the Buddha. And then we pray to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, so we have both wings of the bird. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And we can pray for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, especially COVID. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then we can seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And we can dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then Venerable Jamcho, how lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too.
It's been a while.
Well.
Are you well?
Yes, yes.
Glad
are you still in Nepal or are you back in the States?
Yeah, I'm back in the States temporarily trying to get a visa to go to Italy next.
Right. Good. Wonderful.
Yeah, so just keep on moving, it seems.
Yes. Yes. Mm. So are you at a centre or are you with family or friends? Or?
Yeah, close friends. Yeah. And I've been attending.
In Raleigh?
Yes, in Raleigh, and attending our local center virtually. We're still on Zoom for almost everything.
Right. Yeah, so it's really not coming back to normal much, is it?
Not really. There's still, an awful lot that is not the same.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you in lockdown where you are? Or
we officially united in the state yesterday. So it means the pestilence is coming. Yes. So the centre is now back to, they have online, but 30 people can go to the centre now, so that's good.
Yes.
It's been 10 for about the last month. So this is the Tisha Centre that I'm closest to. I'm not actually living there, but I'm closest to it. And the Great Stupa that's also there has opened up to the tourist population. So I think they might have a density limit as well. I'm not sure whether it's 30 or whether it would be more than that. But the whole site is only for vaccinated persons. So you can't come if you're not vaccinated. So hopefully everyone follows His Holiness's and Lama Zopa's example and all go off and get vaccinated.
Yes, and I hope that that is the case and that it protects everyone's precious life.
Yes, and that's the thing, it protects people, most vulnerable people.
Exactly.
Really. So good job. You're enjoying doing the prayer-a-thon?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Saturday's a bit of a tricky day for me, but every now and then I see the space and I dive in.
Well, I rejoice.
Yes, me too. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you too for being here and helping.
Yeah, and good luck with your trip to Italy. May it come very quickly.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So hello everyone. My name is Damcha and I'm located in Australia, Victoria. As I indicated, we've recently opened up the whole of the state, so now there's a bit more difficulty that's going to be experienced by many people. I'm not sure how it's going to go, so there's a bit of anxiety about it. So with that in mind, I welcome you to the next half an hour of reciting these prayers that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has requested that we do. Wonderful. And reciting this particular prayer. So initially it's starting with a visualization, with thinking above the crown of your head or at your heart, the image of Chenrezig. So that's Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just spending a few moments generating that image as best you're able. If you're not used to visualizing deities' images, it's quite fine to just put a picture of Chenrezig in front of you, and that will help. Or if all else fails, just think of someone like His Holiness, who is Chenrezig, if that's helpful for you. The main thing is to get an idea or feeling for love and compassion. That's the epitome of this deity. So then the next step is thinking about all the people in your life, friends, enemies, family, colleagues, and then all the people in their lives. And imagining that there's this great, enormous crowd of people in front of you, including starting with your close ones, moving out to those that are not so close to you, and perhaps even further out to those who are not known to you. So thinking, if it's helpful, thinking about, excuse me, your family, friends, sorry, and then their family and friends. If it's helpful, thinking of the house next door, the room next door, that person and their friends and family, so either side of you. So just trying to get as vast a picture as possible of all the people that you're thinking of. And within this group of people, so the very kind of furthest extreme will be people who you don't know, so the people who deliver all our food, or petrol to the stations, or any other goods that we utilize that keep all the services running, like the electricity and the water and gas and so forth. But also people who we don't know, who are taking vital roles in taking care of people who have COVID, or taking care to protect people from getting COVID. So anyone who's been to a testing site will know there's people directing cars and people asking you questions and filling out information, and then you have your test done, and then it goes off to the lab, and all those people. in the laboratory, and then the reply comes back to you, yes or no, positive or negative. So then also the people who become positive then are being looked after by their doctor and their local hospitals for the next couple of weeks, but also aid agencies, supermarkets are helping. They deliver their food, they make sure they've got their medicines, that they're not feeling isolated. So there's an incredible amount of goodwill that's happening between people. And then also some people then end up being in hospital perhaps, and all the staff in the hospital, from the person who opens the door to the person who's giving you your injections, or putting you on a ventilator, or whatever it is, that whatever care you need, and taking care of you in that time, especially as many people are isolated from their family and friends. There's an incredible amount of love that is given as part of your care. So it's really being very grateful to this large group of people who are undergoing, many of them are undergoing incredible stress and strain. So I don't just mean the hospital, I mean people like the delivery drivers, people like the logistics people, the testers, the people who do all sorts of additional activities. So thinking about all these people. So that's what I'm trying to do, is just create for us a picture of all these people who are being incredibly kind and incredibly generous to help us in this time. If you have particular family members who are more vulnerable, but also perhaps you might have family members who are sick with COVID. You may have family members who are declining to have vaccination, knowing that they're going to have a worrying time ahead of them while they try and maintain their health. And then there's all sorts of general anxiety that people are experiencing. So really an incredible amount of suffering is going on. It's wonderful to be able to do something to help. So thinking that all these sentient beings are my mother, infinite, like space. And then we go for refuge to the Guru Buddha. So thinking, going to refuge, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, until we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds. So then, as we recite the actual prayer, we'll do some Om Mani Padme Hums, one round of our mala between each verse. So the actual prayer is, may all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Garbha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in this realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So while you're reciting, think of the light streaming from Chenrezig that you visualized above your head. The image of His Holiness, whichever, is streaming down, and The white light is streaming into all those beings that we brought to mind at the beginning. All those people visualized in front of us, thinking that they're receiving great blessings from the mantra, the energy of the mantra. The next verse. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases such as COVID, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant and not occur in these realms, in the realms of the world. So thinking again, is light energy. So you might have a particular group of people that you felt connected to, who wish to particularly keep in mind this one, this round. And thinking that all their anxieties and their fears, their sickness, their difficulties, whatever suffering it is completely eliminated by this light, white light energy of love and compassion streaming into them by the mantra recitation of the mantra. So then the next verse. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases such as COVID, and the mere sound of whose name terrifies them, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So then this time thinking of a different group of people that we visualized and that they're receiving this, they receive the benefit of this loving love and compassion through the energy that's streaming down from Chenrezig through us as we recite the mantra. The next verse. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. So now thinking again of another groups that we identified at the beginning and the visualization. So it might be hospital workers or transport workers or people in supermarkets or all those incidental people who are helping individuals. I think that they are receiving the love and compassion from Chenrezig via the recitation of the mantra. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So again, thinking of a slightly different group of people who we visualized at the beginning that they too are receiving the benefits of love and compassion streaming down through from Chenrezig above our crown through us out to all these persons that we are recalling, relieving all their suffering, their pain, their anxiety, By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the Dakinis and Dharma protectors and guardians. Sorry. By the power of truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more round of mantras and thinking again of all the people that we identified at the very beginning, that they have all received into their hearts and minds the love and compassion from Chenrezig via the mantra. Amani Padma Hum, Amani Padma Hum, Amani Padma Hum, Amani Padma Hum. Amani Padma Hum. So now thinking, visualizing that all these people who we imagined at the beginning, visualized in front of us, are all completely purified of all their suffering and are completely happy and relaxed and well. That they have no anxieties and no fears, they have no illnesses, that everything they need is there for them when they need it. And you can dissolve the visualization, bringing all those beings back to dissolve into Chenrezig above the crown of your head. Chenrezig can then dissolve into emptiness, or you can bring Chenrezig down to your heart. We'll dedicate some prayers to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, not decline, but increase more and more, to help in realizing emptiness, samsara, nirvana, lack even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect, and dependent arising or unbetraying. I seek the blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory, and particularly for those who are sick with any sort of illnesses. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet our Guru in all future lives, in all my lives, never be separated from perfect Gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages of the paths, and may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara by the force of the victorious one Sankapa acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives. May we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. So then finally, prayers for His Holiness. So dealing with empty sorry first, due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty from their own side. May I, who is completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So for the long life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, the source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, serves your bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjukar's victorious doctrine, who must play accomplished, magnificent prayers, honouring the three sublime ones, savour of myself and others, your disciples, please praise live. So thank you for attending. I'm not sure if anyone else has shown up yet.
Hi there. I'm here. Can you hear me, Damtrilla?
Yes, I can. Hi,
Okay.
how are you?
Very good. And there's Margot. I'm very well. How are you doing? You well?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm over
Where
here,
are you?
High Griever. I'm in the High Griever Gompa over here in Perth.
Oh, fabulous. So you've
We
gotten
got
over
out.
there all right.
Yep. We got out of quarantine just in time for Labab Duchen.
Good. Very good.
Yeah.
And you have everything you need. It's all worked out.
Oh, yes. In abundance. Beautiful.
Right.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Very
Yeah.
happy. I understand Yangchen is with you as well. Is that right?
She is, yeah. Geshe Tsogyam said she needed to come with me. I said I needed to be supervised. True.
So that's very nice. There's 2 nuns in residence.
Oh, they're very happy.
Yes. I can
Yeah.
imagine them grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah.
Happy.
As
Well,
I
I
said.
trust it goes very well.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll hand
and
over to you. And thank you
great.
to the team at Chenrezig.
Yes, thank you to the team at Chenrezig. Hi, Margot. Okay, so hi, everybody. So continuing on with our prayerathon that we do every weekend here around the world and so forth. Just taking a moment to, sort of bring our mind into the space of the body, into a state of alertness, relaxation, stillness. And for myself, thinking how wonderful it is to have woken up again this morning in this same body. What a relief, really. We don't think about that, but it's good to think about that because that can be snatched from us at any time. So setting our motivation according to Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice for the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. As Rinpoche says, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job of this prayerathon, all of us engaged here, including the multimedia team and all the leaders and everybody participating online. So it doesn't become the cause for suffering and instead becomes the causes of happiness, especially the causes to achieve Buddhahood, that is, transforming them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. So here's the method for transforming the mind into holy Dharma, and especially bodhicitta, the infinite altruistic wisdom. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharmas of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. So those of us for whom the path is currently without obstacles, because here we are, we have a continuation of this precious human rebirth, a connection with our precious Gurus and so forth. Holding in mind, and having actually, the most sublime views of the Buddha's teachings on dependent arising, following in the tradition of Lama Tsongkhapa. So all the conditions have come together. It doesn't get better than this, How good does it get? Yeah, there was a movie, I can't remember. I don't really want to know how good it gets or something like this life. As good as it gets, as good as it gets. So if we can't, if not now, when? If not me, who? It's a good thought, taking universal responsibility for all those beings who are not experiencing the same fortunate circumstances, who have passed away from this pandemic, who have lost loved ones, who are in hospital fighting for their lives. We had one gentleman up in the Sunshine Coast who young and was hadn't taken the vaccine, didn't want to take vaccine, and he ended up in hospital with the COVID and in ICU. So you don't think it's going to happen like that, but there's many stories like that worldwide. Not just like that, but we can think of our brothers, sisters in India and Brazil, in the Philippines, in the countries surrounding us, Indonesia and so forth, where there's so much uncontrolled still this pandemic, despite the vaccines and so forth, that it's very, very hard, It's all right here from Australia, and particularly now I'm in Western Australia. Very easy, very spacious to socially distance, but not when you're in overcrowded and poor conditions and so forth. So we can hold all those in mind and visualize them all the beings affected by COVID, which is everyone, and then all other diseases are on the basis of the afflictions, affliction-caused diseases, as we say. So all the disturbances of body, all the disturbances of mind of every sentient being, and to engage them in the practice and visualizing them arising in human form on every atom of space around you, whether alive or dead, coming and doing this practice. And that enhances our bodhicitta, our connection heart to heart connection with every other sentient being in existence in all 6 realms, holding them all dear, all precious. And on the basis of that, holding most dear, most precious, our precious gurus, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who so quickly gave us this advice, to engage in this prayerathon until the pandemic declines. Little did we know how long would that be, and we still don't know how long that will be, because, ups and downs in the world, and, there's hope and more opening up, and then it's a time of uncertainty, isn't it? It's a time of constant flux, So here, our taking refuge in the Buddha and the Buddha's teachings and our precious gurus, inseparable from the Buddhas, from the Dharma that will lead us to enlightenment, or the precious prayers like that of Thangtong Gyalpo himself. The great Mahasiddhi himself said to be a Buddha in the world at that time in Tibet, and able to pacify a pandemic there at the Sakya seat that couldn't be pacified by any other means, medical or ritual or prayers or so forth. So we follow that lineage, and fortunately, through the great kindness of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we have received that lineage in our mental continuum from Rinpoche, giving that transmission online for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of our minds. So we so fortunate ones. Following the advice of course, of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, all the prayers and practices that His Holiness has advised, and all our precious gurus and teachers, all our geshis and so forth in all our centers worldwide, guiding us. And with confidence we can follow. Or the Arya beings, or those who have a direct perceptual realization of emptiness. And how do we know who that is? Reality as it is. You're just totally in sync with reality, guiding us, so we can think, may I attain all those realizations in my own mind stream by following in their footsteps. So like that, with that motivation, we can engage in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here, taking the time to establish that visualization, all sentient beings, infinite like space, every atom of space. So we can think again of all the sentient beings of this world system and beyond, all known universes, all unknown universes, whatever life forms exist anywhere, whatever mind possesses exist anywhere in all world systems, all of us caught in samsara, in the jaws of Yama, the Lord of Death. So we can think of just in this world as we're familiar, and thankfully to science, we get more and more familiar with all the, life forms further and further down into the earth. As it gets hotter and hotter, they're finding more and more life forms down there through the power of science. And we think of all the beings in the oceans, of course, from the smallest in mind possessor, tiniest little being in the ocean, all the way up to, the big looming whales and sharks and, all of them, gazillions and gazillions, unbelievable number. And then all the birds in the sky, or the insects and so forth, the gazillions of insects, actually. There's so many different ones, So here in Australia, we found out about more and more insects, potentially facing the threat of extinction when we had all the bushfires and wildfires and so forth, and many other animals. Of course, those minds will be, re-embodied in another form, may it be a human one. And all of those subject to constant craving, and we talk about the hungry ghost realm, but all those subject to constant craving and so forth. Unbelievable hijacking of the mind, dissatisfaction, the mind of dissatisfaction, especially the Buddha said, is all of us. And then all the beings in the hells, or the hot hells, or the cold hells, or the neighboring hells, and so forth. Intense torture, basically. Those suffering that in the world. So we can think of all those in war zones, all those subject to torture and pain and, imprisonment, incarceration. We think of all our precious students with, Liberation Prison Project. It's a great joy. We're rejoicing this week with one of our gentlemen who's finished the whole Discovering Buddhism, including all the practices. So that's so very joyful. We know in difficult conditions in our lives outside of the prison environment, but in such a harsher environment, to be able to do that is, wow, mind-blowing. But all beings incarcerated anywhere in all the, harsh conditions and so forth, unbelievable. All these beings that we visualize around us, every atom of space, are all our kind mother, sentient beings, holding them dear in our heart, wishing to repay their kindness by including them in this practice and going for refuge to the Guru Buddha, contemplating the qualities of the Buddha that we, as the Buddha showed, demonstrated in one lifetime on earth, how this can be attained, on the basis of a human body such as ours. Have conviction in that as we engage in the practice. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting there in that great motivation of taking refuge, the conventional refuge in the external Guru Buddha Dharma Sangha, but the internal refuge of the ultimate attainment of these realizations in our own mind, the empty clarity of our own minds, like infinite space, like the sun rising in the world, the sun of wisdom in the world, rising and clarifying everything, illuminating the darkness of ignorance, dispelling it immediately. So this is the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So the full realization of our own Buddha potential into the wisdom body, truth body of the Buddha. And they're not bearing to see the suffering in the world, just like Arya Chenrezig, in rising out of pure altruistic motivation of bodhicitta to engage in this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. Here we can pause and visualize above our own crown of our head, and the crowns of all these other sentient beings. We've visualized around us every atom of space, all 10 directions, in the north, south, east, west, or the intermediate cardinal direction, or intermediate directions, intermediate directions, and then up and down, includes behind you, absolutely everywhere, surrounded by infinite, countless sentient beings, and above the crown of every single one of us, an emanation of pure altruistic compassion. So be that, of course, arising in all the aspects arising in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha, arising in the form of our Guru, arising in the form of Chenrezig and so forth, or the swift action of Tara, who came to the aid of Chenrezig when Chenrezig had a moment of despair at seeing all the suffering in the world continuing on. So like that, having a mind, courageous mind like that of infinite altruistic compassion, and that emanation above your crown and the crown of every sentient being guiding us, giving us that energy for this practice, purifying, healing us. So from the crown, your crown, every other sentient being, so this emanation in pure light form, and from the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum circling in space, so at the heart of Chenrezig, or they're circling in space, and in crystal, pure crystal form, the mantra, and the body pure light form, so it's brilliant light, incandescent, and nectar streams in through the crown of your head and the crown of every single sentient being around you, every atom of space, bringing this soothing, healing, cooling, refreshing bodhicitta, infinite altruistic compassion that cools the mind, that pacifies the mind, ourselves and all others. So we think that that's purifying all, disturbances, body and mind, all the sort of toxic emotions, all the diseases and so forth, even like not just COVID, but now a friend of mine just had our MRI yesterday because of her reaction to the vaccination and so forth, and many people affected. So that unites us in a common experience, the whole COVID pandemic, but all the many other diseases there are in the world as well. Be all pacified, body, mind, and so forth, as we recite the mantra of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. So Om, the pure body, speech and mind of a Buddha, transforming our own body into that purity, thinking like that. And Mani, the precious jewel of compassion at our heart and the heart of every sentient being, like at the heart of Chenrezig, this precious jewel that we, is the bodhicitta mind, is this infinite altruism in the basis of then, like the two wings of a bird, that basis in the mind of wisdom that we've already, the Dharmakaya, contemplated. Combining the two together, our wisdom, our compassion, makes this a hugely more powerful practice as we recite the mantra and visualizing all of that streaming in to yourself and all the other sentient beings, and their bodies transform into pure crystal, like last night we were looking at some water offering bowls online, now that we can get out and about, and be able to buy some here for our new abode, and, looking at all the most gorgeous crystals, so thinking like that. And then also thinking of that reaching out heart to heart resuscitation through bodhicitta, each and every sentient being, so pacifying the mind as well. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 oh, padme hum, oh, padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. So This is my first time Zooming from this Gompa here at Hayagriva in Perth. So somehow during that Om Mani Padme Hum, the more light came on and illuminated more, because I didn't know how to turn on the lights when I came in. I tried, but I failed. And so now I'm Zooming here from more light, okay? And I'm continuing on for another hour, Margot. Oh, another half hour, sorry, not another hour. I said, I sent an email to Venerable Damchola and suggested, since it's 3 a.m. his time, that maybe he would like to have a little bit more sleep, because he's the Bodhisattva never sleeping one. So I will continue on now. We've organized that. Yeah, great. Thanks for checking in. Okay, so here we are with all this light and with the blessings of Arya Chenrezig, and with all the altruism in our own minds, the pure Dhammakaya minds, and on the basis of which the bodhicitta mind, and our bodies completely transformed into pure crystal. And so there, heart to heart, each and every other sentient being. And so Arya Chenrezig above the crown of your head dissolves into light, and that light, that refreshing, it's sort of like the light of 1,000 moons, the light of bodhicitta, cooling, refreshing, descends through your crown and the crown of every other single sentient being around you and every atom of space, and coming to sit at the heart chakra at the center of your chest and their chest. Is that precious Mani jewel, enhancing the mind of pure, infinite, altruistic compassion at the heart. And holding that dear, precious, that jewel of bodhicitta, anytime our minds gets disturbed, fears and anxieties and depressions arise and all of that, tapping into our own inner resources. Charles Darwin said, we're hardwired for compassion. We can't help but help. So that compassion first to ourselves is self-compassion. You know, like when you get on the plane, some of us are getting back on planes these days. I caught a plane over here. It was the first time in a very long time catching a plane, you know, 2 planes we caught actually, because we had to go 2 stops. And they say, put the face, you know, the mask on, oxygen mask on yourself first and then help others. So like that with bodhicitta. Put that mask of bodhicitta on our own. I don't know if the mask works. Anyway, we're all in mask fashion these days. Okay, bodhicitta, in other words. And on that foundation of infinite altruistic bodhicitta, connecting us heart to heart to every other sentient being, and that's radiating back towards us from every other sentient being. So you can see we're sort of all blissed out with infinite altruistic compassion and the pure light arising in the world, the wisdom, compassion, mind conjoined, to then be able to engage in the actual prayer, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. Just think how we were all terrified when we heard the word coronavirus. And then we got more terrified. And then as terrible more things and deaths, you know, the number of deaths and the number of people affected, you know. So we're all affected in some way. Not necessarily infected, but affected, the whole of us. The mere sounds of whose name. I remember when I was growing up, you know, we talk about the big C, which was cancer. Nobody said the word. But now we can look at how the cancers are affecting absolutely everybody in the, you know, almost everybody in the world. I mean, it's almost unavoidable, isn't it? Some form of cancer. But we can also say that, you know, all that time on now, there's, you know, just such good methods to zap that, you know, at the root. So same with this pandemic, actually with the root of, you know, wish we could zap it like we zap cancer. Yeah. Atom bomb to our ignorance. Okay. And the sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified right now. The mind in peace, in bliss. The liberated mind. True cessation. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So it's each and every one of us, particularly as Dharma practitioners, particular as Sangha, you know, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave us this instruction to us as Sangha of FPMT, International Mahayana Institute. And, you know, as so very inspired, you know, we got that instruction on the, and then Venerable Tendar told us on the Thursday, and we had to start Zooming on the Saturday. Boy, Margot and team did an amazing job. We're all hunkered down in that bunker of an office that we transformed into a mini gompa. Anyway, it's been going ever since, strength to strength, and so many of us connected, some of us for the first time all around the world, you know, and learning, you know, sort of connecting with each other heart to heart. It's like that's the, you know, Dharma in actuality, isn't it, in our lives? So precious, so dear. So may we have long life, good health and well-being, and keep on keeping on the path. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. So we can pause and reflect on each verse as we go through and the meaning for that, and allowing the meaning of that to sink into our depths of our heart, our DNA, our being. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So just been joined in the gompa by a buzzing fly. I mean, it's Australia. This is the great Australian wave, you know, shooing the flies. But anyway, this one's come in to listen to the Dharma. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings are result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. So, of course, we like that it's temporary conditions, temporary conditions. So you can think in relation to this pandemic that we're all in the grip of in the world. Well, it feels a bit funny to say that here, coming from Western Australia, now that we're here. And, you know, that was when we first got out of quarantine, of course, what do? You go shopping, don't you? And the gentleman who took us shopping said, oh, we've sort of forgotten about COVID here because there's no community cases. And it's like that, having to be reminded of the suffering there is in the world. So thanks to Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche for giving us this opportunity to hold all those beings in our heart. And to think these are temporary conditions, just everything subject to change in samsara, which gives us confidence we can change. We can change these conditions. We are changing these conditions. So we can give a big shout out to all the all those on the front line, or the first responders, or the medics, or the vaccination clinic people, you know, or the border forces. So I learnt in Queensland not to debate with border force, because you might win the debate, but they decide whether you're going into quarantine or not. So you've got to be very careful, I learned. Anyway, all the police protecting us, you know, last Saturday we were still in quarantine and we had a drive-by police officer who's just checking up we were, you know, where we were supposed to be and so forth. She was very lovely. And I had one on the phone. We had many photo ops. We had to do a photo or two every day and send it to show we were who we were, where we were, and where we were. You know, they trace you for protection, so that there's freedom then, you know, based on that protection. So skillful. Big shout out to all of those working in ICU, or those working in the COVID wards and so forth, who are utterly, utterly, utterly exhausted, just beyond measure. All those, and us, you know, all around the world, all practitioners of all faith engaging in prayers and practices to quell, pacify the minds, at least, you know, pacify our minds, giving us the courage to continue on and giving us the wisdom to know how to continue on and do the right thing. On top of which, you know, generating that powerful altruistic compassion in the world, and to, even though we can't see the benefit of that, you know, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, even, you know, you recite 10 malas of On Manu Padme Hum when you go into the water, and all the beings there in the water get blessed, or any being that touches the air, that touches your skin, gets blessed, right? So we don't know, we can't see the power of that, but we can have faith in, you know, the advice and the instructions of our gurus guiding us, you know, authentically, correctly. So we're doing our bit, you know, from our side, not being a medic, not being a, you know, frontliner and so forth, not being a border force or anything like that, but being a Dharma practitioner and being Mahayana Sangha. You know, it's like our responsibility, isn't it, each and every one of us. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So this morning in our house, the teacher's abode next door, and I was looking at, because inside the door, just like when you come to the Gompa, is the wheel of life, and Yama, they're ready to, grab you, fangs, claws, and the hands and the feet, and we're in the grip of that without realizing. We are all in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. But we, as Dharma practitioners, yes, as Mahayana Dharma practitioners, yes, especially as, Sangha, holding the vows of ordained Sangha in the Mahayana tradition, following Lama Tsongkhapa, most profound, subtle understanding of the Buddha's teachings. Have a way out of that, not getting gobbled up by the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness. We do it to ourselves, depriving the body and mind of every happiness. We do it to the world. The disturbances of the four elements, internal, external. It's quite freaky when, freaky in terms of wake-up call. Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche saying, after pandemic, when Rinpoche kindly gave the transmission of this prayer and other prayers by Thangtong Gyalpo to pacify famine, to pacify conflict. And Rinpoche said there'll be famine, then there'll be conflict, on top of the pandemic. Then there'll be conflict, not only worldwide wars that we seem to be very good at since beginning of time, but also from every level, interpersonal up to global, every single level, everybody at war with each other. And we can see that degeneration in the minds of beings in the world, on social media, in political leaders, and not wanting to get political, but, just seeing in the world. We can see that. Fortunately, the medicine Buddhas made that great aspiration to help us, guide us at this time, of the degenerations. But then His Holiness said, maybe 30, 40 more years on this planet, and you sort of take a gasp in, and then next time His Holiness said maybe 1 to 2 centuries, and you sort of relax because you think I won't be here, but what about the mind stream? So as His Holiness said, if we can, continue as Dharma practitioners, work on our mind, come to the Pure Land, and then we'll see that destruction, but we won't, then we're able to help because we're in the Pure Land. Our minds are free of that. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled right now. So then we can do some more extensive dedication practice. So we have the final Lamrim prayer, Deni Ringdu, Lama Tsongkhapa. So at Chenrezig Institute there, every Friday, Geshe Sultramla teaches Middling Lamrim, Lama Tsongkhapa. And then at the beginning, setting the motivation and generating bodhicitta, do Ganjan Nilgama practice. And at the end, this one, the final Lamrim dedication. So following in the great footsteps of Geshe Sultramla. From my two types of merit, vast a space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose minds' wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives, Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means, drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings. With the points of the path as I have discerned them, may I uphold the Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion. In whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread have declined, may I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and may the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time. By even this graded path to enlightenment completed, due to the wondrous, virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons, may all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana path, virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. So we can also dedicate for the long lives of our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our gurus. May they continue to guide us until samsara ends. In the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And remembering the kindness of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan people, the object of refuge of myself and all transmigratory beings in all our lifetimes is the embodiment of the three rare sublime ones. So this is a prayer composed by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche on behalf of FPMT, all our centers, projects, services, and so forth, for us to recite. The all-encompassing three refuges in one, the Guru, the wish-granting jewel, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Master, Padmasambhava, the Dharma King, Thangtong Gyalpo and Trisong Detsen, the Avert, Shantarak Shita, and the numberless holy beings who preserved and spread the Buddha Dharma in Tibet, and the Tibetan people who practiced and served Buddhism so faithfully for 1,000 years, as well as those who, along with many others, died sacrificing their lives for Tibet and His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May all their positive wishes be fulfilled immediately. Due to their limitless kindness, the sun of Tibetan Buddhism has now arisen in the West, which is a dark land. But now that I have met with the Dharma, I have received the perfect human body enabling me to lead a meaningful life. Our refuge and savior, the Supreme One, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the Tibetan people have been so kind to us. Remembering this, we make the following dedicating prayers. May all His Holiness the Dalai Lama's wishes succeed immediately. May the snow land of Tibet achieve pure freedom. May the Buddha Dharma develop even more than before in Tibet. And may all mother transmigratory beings achieve enlightenment swiftly. May the nectar stream of the blessings of the lotus holder always enter our hearts and nourish them with strength. May we please you with the offering of dedicating practice, and may we reach beyond the shores of perfect compassionate deeds. And for the long life of our precious teacher, spiritual director of FPMT, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who's currently for 18 months or so now, sort of residing in his residence at Kopan Monastery, which Rinpoche built. It's sort of like it's our alma mater. It's Rinpoche's home. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then as Rinpoche says, you know, all our practices to dedicate the merits with emptiness seals them, makes them more powerful. And prevents them being destroyed by anger and heresy. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. So whatever understanding of emptiness and dependent arising, abiding there. Let it sink in. Transform your mind. May the I, which is a complete hallucination my mind is made up, achieve the state of full enlightenment, depending on many, many causes and conditions gathered over many lifetimes. And lead all sentient beings, merely labeled by the mind, to that state which does not exist from its own side by way of its own characteristics, is not truly established. From a self alone, which is empty of existing from its own side, which exists in mere name, merely labeled by the mind. Jampel powo jita kempa dang kuntu sampo deyan deshin te deda kungi jesu dablob chi gewa dedag tamche ratu no dusum shepe gawa tamche ki nowa gangla chondu nampa de dagi gewe sawa de kon kyang sampo chuchi raptu nowa gi Chöki Gyalpo Sangha Chusu Nampao Pawala Geki Senma Shiwadan Tungyen Malu Shawasho Dagdan Shenki Dusum Dan Jawe Sogni Latene Gyawa Lozang Dragpayi Tenpa Yun Ribaguchi. Thank you very much.
Shukila.
Hi, Sharon.
Oh. Hi, Chuki. Hi, Duncan.
Hello, Sharon. Hello, Margot. So lovely to have the crew on board here. That's nice to support you. And it's lovely to see you as well, Shukila.
It's lovely to see you. Here I am at Hayagriva Buddhist Center in the Gompa. Last week I was in quarantine. And I got out of quarantine in time for Labab Duchen. So, Puja.
Excellent.
And here's the dear Marlene, who I forgot to tell that I was doing an extra shift. I was going to be finished.
Good morning.
So she's our mummy.
Oh, bless you.
Trying very hard.
The mother hen handing over. That's lovely.
Yeah, beautiful sunshine in Perth day.
Beautiful sunshine.
Wonderful. I hear you got a protege.
Oh, that was an embarrassing term.
Well, no, I don't know who put it up.
An assistant. Helper.
Not saying protege. I was like, Yangchen, you're my protege. So you have to protege, whatever that means. But no, Venerable Yangchen Geshe Sutrimla Chenrezig said she needs to come with me. So I said, I need supervision, which is true. Right. So yesterday we went for our first picnic on the river. So she makes sure I do things like that, you know, go for a walk and go to the beach and do things, because otherwise she knows I won't do it. So she's supervising me in that direction.
Are you going out to paint the town red?
No, I'm going to have a little chat to the committee this morning, and then we do Vajra Safa. I tell you, doesn't stop, right?
Oh no, not when you're there. Got too much
Well,
energy.
nice to see you, Chuki.
Good to see you, and Damchula,
Oh.
Bodhisattva, never sleeping one.
Oh well, I had an extra half an
Yes,
hour, didn't I?
I gave you another half hour, right?
Yes, I mean, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm so
Okay.
Oh,
grateful.
Chuki.
Well, it was
Gotcha.
lovely. It was really lovely to listen to you as well. I mean, when you sort of said the way, you know, the police is coming around to check on you, and the way you have to sort of do these photos and things, you know, to keep the community safe. I think that is, you know, and I love the fact that you also could look at it in a positive light. So many, unfortunately, around the world see that very much as, you know, I have rights, you know, I can do what I want. So it's really nice that the community
I tell you,
works.
the police here, it's so easy because they are so nice.
Mhm.
I said that in an Australian accent, by the way.
Nice.
Because we live in
Nice.
Australia. Okay, over to you, Damchula.
All right, good to see
Much
you.
love. Lovely to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Wonderful,
bye.
wonderful,
Bye.
wonderful. Thank you very much. Oh, how
Yep.
great.
Good
No,
night.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sharon. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Margaret, for doing
good.
all the hard
Have
work.
a nice practice.
Oh, I'll try.
In the middle of the night, hey? It's about 2:00 in the morning, isn't it?
No, it's a bit, it's nearer breakfast. It's coming up it's just gone 4:30.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
you see, thanks to Chirkula, I had an extra half an hour.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Okay, we'll be
All
here.
right. Thank
Okay,
you very
bye,
much.
bye,
Much
bye.
appreciated. Yes, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. And it's always great to see these wonderful people also in the background, Margot or Sharon, who look after the media. And then of course we had Chirkula, who just moved from Chenrezig Institute over to is it Western Australia? Yes, it's Hyagriva Center. So it's really it's really nice to catch up and just being able to also listen to some of the inspiring you know, sessions that are being done by others, and I think that gives me, you know, throughout these past 70 weeks now, it's been great joy to be able to listen to so many who put so much effort in and so much dedication in making all this work. And you know, it never sounds the same week after week. You know, there's always something new, something different, something inspiring, and also from all the wonderful support that we get from you online. I know we have some of the regulars on YouTube, and I know that some of you have signed up, and some of you will watch without showing, you know, that you're watching. That's perfectly all right. So I'm giving a quick shout out to some of the regulars. I know that, you know, most likely are still out here, like Ginny, Anna, Sarah, and anyone else, Christine, and yeah, we do get our regulars. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, Chirkula, yeah, she's I don't know. I always had the feeling I've known Chirkula for forever. It's although we haven't actually met apart from through prayerathon. There's just I don't know. We just gel, and that's always a laugh. It doesn't mean I don't gel with the others, but it's yeah, there's always a laugh. There's always a giggle. And I remember one of the wonderful phrases where she really hooked me was. When she sort of, you know, provided that image of, you know, when we dissolve the deities, and she said it's like a snowflake landing on a lake, you know, on water. So how the snowflake then dissolves. I thought, what a beautiful image. And yeah, so it's always great, and I wish her really well in her new role at Hyagriva as resident teacher there. So. You know, if you're in the neighborhood, please do visit Hyagriva, and of course Chenrezig Institute, and all the other centers nearby. So thank you very much for all your support. Okay, so we got just under an hour left. And how should we do it? Okay. Just sometimes trying to, you have an idea how you want to flow, and then it changes a little bit depending on the inspirations that you're getting. So it's great. But again, what was really nice, if you think about what Chökyla sort of said about, the wheel of life and Yama, holding us really, that we're in the jaws of Yama. It's like to think, we give, from the image, it's like, oh, we're in the jaws of death, and Yama. But it's Yama is only fulfilling a function, and because of our continuation of birth and death and rebirth, we go through the gates or the jaws of Yama. So it's not really Yama's fault in that respect. It's just sort of the watchman, the one that checks your ticket, whether you go this way or that way. So it's always, if we can show some degree of compassion to Yama as well. In the same way, when we think about jaws of death in terms of the crocs and the sharks, and yet we find little birds and fish go inside these jaws and provide a service, to provide a health service by cleaning their teeth, cleaning their gums, doing something, to reduce any suffering that may result from bad oral hygiene, so to speak. So while that might seem a little bit strange to think of it that way, but what is it we can do when we're there? Can we have a little bit of respect? Can we have a little bit of understanding? Can we have a little bit of acknowledgement that there are opportunities for us to be kind and compassionate and helpful. So I think that sometimes where other fish might go, oh no, I'm not going to go anywhere near the croc, I'm not going near that. They're still beings out there who saying, okay, but I help, in whichever way I can, because suffering exists in many forms of shape. So where we can reduce that. So so let's not be too mean to Yama and other beings, because we want them all to be free from suffering, and we don't want to be reborn over and over and over again, which would also result in us having to die. So we have the death and rebirth scenario. We need to break that cycle. So we do that through compassion and wisdom, and finding enlightenment, not just for ourselves but for the benefit of all Mother Indian beings, and wish that all of them are being reborn in the Pure Lands. Okay, so if we take a few deep breaths. And we start with a few verses from the King of Prayer, again, just to set our motivation, or set the agenda while we're here. Also acknowledge again the community, acknowledge our teachers, and then of course bodhicitta in general, which is the ultimate way. And after good 70 weekends, we still come together and we still carry on, and it's become a part of our lives, these prayer sessions. And it's it's great that we can say we come together as a global community. It's not just that we're here, you know, local in a local village hall or something like that, but actually that right now with this prayerathon, we actually have a global reach. So you may be in the same town, village, country as I am. You may be crossed like we just had with Chirkila, you know, across the oceans, down under. So which is just a wonderful, you know, feeling that we actually come together joyfully for the benefit of other beings in these difficult times. And so yeah, so if we also think about the beings that are suffering, so we're here to benefit other beings through these prayers, and but we can also rejoice in these difficult times that so many have chosen to come together in prayer and other virtuous activities to benefit beings. And, yeah. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, so if we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize your Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. And as always, if you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion for all beings. And anyone uncomfortable with visualizing deities and still wishing to take part, just visualize a clear light. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all. Let's visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. The light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Atom by atom we're being cleansed, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. Yes, we can feel ourselves the benefit of all that karmic weight and dirt and grime and taste and nasty stench being removed from our system. If we look around, we can see that all mother sentient beings feel the same relief by being purified, being freed from all that negativity and the suffering that comes with it. We recognize that we're not that different after all, that despite our different shapes, appearances, and our perceptions, deep down, we all want to be free from suffering and its causes. We acknowledge that we have contributed to that suffering through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We have thought of, spoken about, or spoken to, and treated other beings. Mainly out of ignorance, fear, and pride. often hiding our own misunderstandings and weaknesses. But we wouldn't tolerate it if somebody else would think about it harshly, spoke to us harshly, or treated us harshly. We would find it most offensive and unjustified. So why would we then be allowed to do the same to others? So again, by acknowledging that we have contributed to the suffering to other beings and our own through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we openly acknowledge these flaws and ask Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, and pledge that from now on we will do our utmost to engage in wholesome activities that benefit Mother Sentient Beings. It may take a little while because we're so used to acting a certain way. We need to change that habit. But we will do what we can. It may be baby steps to start off with, but we will engage, and we will do, and we will try, and we will continue to try to be of benefit and service to other beings. And on that understanding, we invite our Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And taking refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, cleaning away more and more of that karmic dirt and grime and staining. And as we begin to reveal more of our true nature, Buddha nature, we begin to glow. And we begin to glow and exchange light back to the Guru. And with all Mother Sentient Beings, with themselves, exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion for all beings, shining brightly, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and delusions, shining like a bright beacon to those who are lost in the darkness, and act like a searchlight to find those who are wandering aimlessly in confusion in the darkness of samsaric existence, so that we may guide them out. And as we make the pledge to be of benefit to all Mother Sentient Beings, as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with each Mother Sentient Being. And we will combine the Mani Mantra with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, and in combination with the 6 rounds. So we recite the prayer, and then for each round we do 1 round of Mala or Mani Padme Hum. And again, let's remind ourselves that Om represents body, speech, and mind, our current defiled state of body, speech, and mind. But we wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to do this, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Hum to be of maximum benefit to all Mother Sentient Beings. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of man. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of Vivashin. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time, under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginnerless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Throughout my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. If after now having recited the Mani mantra for all beings across the 6 realms, having taken refuge in the Guru and having acknowledged our faults of body, speech and mind with a pledge of engaging in wholesome actions from now on, may we visualize ourselves as pure, and holding on to that pure state, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise as part of this practice, to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to restore to good health, to remove any obstacles that may arise for any being that has entered the bardo or is about to enter the bardo, to be reborn under favorable conditions, and to remove any obstacles that may arise for those beings who suffer hardships by whatever means, to be given the resources necessary to end that suffering, be returned to a state of happiness that is free of suffering. May we dedicate also the Tara mantra to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who has recommended the recitation of the Tara mantra in these times. And if we would want to follow his advice more thoroughly, then ideally we recite the Tara mantra at least 1,000 times throughout the day. So that would be about 10 rounds. If you allow for any missed recitations, if we say 10 malas a day, then that would be the minimum His Holiness recommends. So if you visualize Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green color light radiating from her body in all 10 directions, and each light beam again finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings. And Om represents Tara's holy body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Om Tare Tudare Ture Suha. 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 Om Tare Tudare. Om Tare Tudare. Om Tare Tudare Ture Suha. Om Tare Tudare. Om Tare Tudare Ture Suha. Om Tare Tudare Ture Suha. Om Tare Tudare Ture Suha. So all obstacles have now been removed. May we call and recite, call on the guardians and recite both the Vajrayana mantra and also Black Manjushri. For the Vajrayana, let's visualize a dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us. His feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lassi on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire, garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And again, we refer back to what we said at the beginning. We wish all beings to be liberated. So any interfering beings, again, we should express compassion. For their actions are being driven by root causes, seeds that run the program to act, for the being to act a certain way that creates suffering to other beings and in return to the being itself. So we do not wish to destroy that being, but we wish to destroy the seeds that create those actions, so that by taking those influences away, the being has an opportunity to act in a way that's beneficial to other sentient beings, and therefore return to itself, and therefore can be liberated. Recite the mantra 7 times. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savaraita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Om Vajraped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashya Negananta Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Vaksha Vaksha Suha. Washaped, Matmaswari, Ped, Nivashinagalang, Taita, Sava Raita, Hana, Vashina, Raksha, so. Black Manjushri. We visualize Black Manjushri in front of us. There's a Rasva face, 3 eyes, 2 hands, and a scripture on the left and a sword on the right. It's adorned with precious bone ornaments, and standing in the midst of a mass of fire, clear light, flames of clear light emanate from his part, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all Mother Sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Om Tan Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Om Tan Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Pe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Cha Ka La Cha Kam Sham Tam Pe Su. So having now fully prepared ourselves, may we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Let's take a bit of time. Yeah, if we do 6 recitations, so 1 recitation for each of the realms, and should recite for each of the realms. Again, let's consider the suffering of body, speech, and minds as it exists within those realms, and for all those beings. And as we wish all beings to be liberated, and our aim was especially to ease the suffering in the lower realms, and of course the suffering that exists through the pandemic and other diseases, etc. May we consider that only to be reborn in the higher realms does not mean that we escape suffering. So it's just within the 3 lower realms it is harder to escape. Therefore, the better option would be to be reborn in the 3 higher realms, but even there suffering exists. So we wish to be really liberated completely and reach enlightenment, not just for ourselves, but other sentient beings. We wish all other sentient beings to be enlightened as well. So may all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of class spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Misan of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the Misan of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping Tsunas and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sounds of whose names differ beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, deprived from the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. If we for our dedications, maybe dedicate all our merits of this session, previous sessions, and future sessions, not just our own, but made of all beings, to the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. May Mother Sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own traditions, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive, preserving the teachings, by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and carrying out translations to make the Dharma accessible to those who seek it. We are our brothers and sisters, live long and healthy lives. Never be separated from virtuous friends and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and this in all future lifetimes. Maybe enjoy their company whenever we meet them, in whatever form we meet them, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who, through the kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, projects, and events to ensure that they all can flourish to the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes, wherever we meet them, in whatever form. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus, who, if they have done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to benefit from their wisdom and guidance and their kind instructions in this and all future lifetimes, so that we can be steadfast on the path and fully develop our potential to reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from our precious Gurus, and may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. May we count ourselves lucky to be in human form so that we can listen to and access his teachings during these times. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision and foresight has brought us together in these prayers of prayerathon Thangtong Gyalpo, not just as a community of Sangha globally, by doing so has brought us closer together as a Sangha family across the time zones and across the continents in this world, but also engaged us in much deeper practices of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers to benefit Mother Sentient beings, and reaching out to all those who kindly follow us online, in gompas, in prayer rooms, and wherever they are at home. May Lama Zopa's wishes be instantly fulfilled. May we always benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May my perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kawe shingandi pendande wa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape sita badu tengyu huchi. Hubzil chang jing yam gun gewe Tan jing kan pelwe kun zo dok po ze Chok som ke we lek mun tu dru Pa dak sok tu je gun du shap ten shu. So yeah, thank you very much everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support and the support you have shown to myself, but to all the wonderful leads and the project of prayerathon throughout. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute and all the wonderful staff of the media team, all the office staff, and everyone who really does the hard work in the background to make sure that we can be out here. Thank you very much to anyone who is able to contribute, you know, in various ways to make sure that we can be out on air. What I do want to say is thank you very much to anyone who has made financial contributions to help keep the cost down. But please, please, please don't leave yourself short. That's, you know, it's why we appreciate the support. You know, don't exaggerate any suffering on your side by not being able to take care of yourself when that you know when any contribution may mean that you leave yourself short in various aspects. Your support by being here is very much appreciated, the way it is. So please, stay within your means, and thank you very much for all the wonderful comments and feedback that you have provided over, well, past, what is it now, nearly 15 months. So thank you very much to everyone. And we're waiting for Venerable Namjong, but I know I'm a little bit, I finished a bit early, so that's quite all right. And I can talk, we can talk. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Sharon Smack, Marcus Smack.
So maybe I will ask a question.
Sure.
Because we are confused with those links.
Yes, use the Dropbox.
So yeah. So I received today 2 links from Diana.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that they are fine, but maybe I will now send them to you and to Tendar, and you could confirm they are really fine, because I remember that dedication prayers was shorter. It wasn't like the whole book. What do you remember?
Oh gosh. I mean, they changed. This is the thing, because it's always evolving. We used to have the motivation. We used to have the main prayer and conclusion. And then Rinpoche changed it slightly. And we suddenly had all these various pages of extra dedications. So it could well be that you have a slightly extended version, but yeah, there was a confusion about the links. And I know we had 2 that didn't open up. We got the error messages, and then we had the Dropbox. I think Tender suggested last time, because there was otherwise going through the store and having to sign on, even though it was, you could do it on donation basis only. So it's I think the Dropbox link we had before opened quicker than the one Diana just sent, but I will double check. I'll have a look at it and in this when Namjong is here, and then I check the links.
Yeah, but I think that for English is fine. Then we had also, because we had 3 broken links. So like it's a lot. And then there is
the choice
English,
of technology.
Yes, it's English and Tibetan phonetics.
Yeah.
So we are not using Tibetan phonetics, but we have this link. And phonetics means pronunciation, right?
Yeah.
And I receive a link with Tibetan text, but with Tibetan letters. So it's not phonetics, is it correct?
Well,
or maybe we just should delete it.
Well, if it's just in Tibetan, and then with English, I mean, I think we can leave that one in if somebody really likes the Tibetan script or follows us from a Tibetan background. If we're just looking at the phonetic, sometimes what I've seen some scripts do, they have the Tibetan, the phonetics, and the English. So depending what it is. I'll have a look at the links, but
so I think this what we received from Diana, it's just English and Tibetan, but it's not phonetic.
Okay.
So in this case, I should, or maybe I cannot see this phonetic, but I think I would see. I think in this case, I would delete the name like phonetic, right?
Okay. I just have a quick look at the links, and then while Namjong is. Look, he's oiling his vocal cords.
Would you repeat?
No.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So we could leave this conversation. All right.
Okay.
I have a quick look at that, and then
thank you.
I'll let you know, because I'm back on after Namjong.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. Are you Venerable?
Hi, Damsha.
You keeping
well?
I'm
okay.
All right. You're in full swing now with the exams.
Well, 2 down.
2 down.
And 2 to go. So I got 10 days. And then 2 more exams within a week.
Yes.
So
you will nail them. You will be all right.
I'll be all right. I don't know if I'll nail them. So
Be positive.
yeah, it's okay.
You're probably just playing it down.
No, I'm
no,
not.
no,
I
no.
wish
Hard
I
work.
wish I were being modest. I wish I was being humble. It's not. Honest. I have not studied well.
Oh wow, there was a lot of interruption. Let's put it this way, you know.
Yeah.
But there you go. Venerable,
Yeah.
I hand over to you, and I see you at the
Okay.
end. All right.
All right. Take care. See you in a bit. Okay, so hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for continuing to join the ongoing Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions. So as many of you know, we have been doing these since, I think now it's about 60 consecutive weeks that the global Sangha community has come together and have been doing these 24-hour Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions every Saturday, according to the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who thought that when the coronavirus pandemic broke out, that this would be good to help quell the effects of the pandemic. So the good news, of course, is so many of you from around the world have been joining us and joining us consistently. So all of us coming together with a beneficial intention to help sentient beings is very, very amazing, very beneficial for ourselves and the world. And then in particular, it is also very good, all of those of us who are disciples of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then you'll know that following the Guru's advice actually is the most powerful practice for purification as well as accumulation of merit. And so every time we come together, every time you take time out of your busy schedule to join these sessions and participate, then please rejoice in the fact that you are fulfilling your Guru's wishes and advice. So now here, when we start the session, as we normally do, we should adjust our motivation because it's our motivation for undertaking a course of action that actually is what determines whether the action becomes virtuous or non-virtuous, and if virtuous, how virtuous it becomes. So it is then said that when we motivate our actions with the thought of bodhicitta, this altruistic intention to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, then the merits and the benefit of that action, because it is encompassing all sentient beings, also becomes boundless, limitless, because sentient beings themselves are limitless. So yes, although now we normally say we're doing this session for the quelling of the coronavirus pandemic, then more broadly, we should also think with this mind of altruism, thinking about all the various sufferings that sentient beings experience, and then wishing that they are free of all the various types of suffering they have, not just the suffering of coronavirus, not just the suffering of sickness, but more generally speaking, since sentient beings are still in samsara, this uncontrolled process of rebirth, uncontrolled rebirth due to our karma and delusions, then all the other types of suffering of not being satisfied, of not getting what we want, of being separated from the things we do want, birth, aging, sickness, death, all those various types of sufferings that we are called to reflect on in the language, then we want sentient beings to be free of all of that entire load of suffering. And in order to do that, sentient beings need to be free of the cause of suffering, namely the karma and delusions, which is the fuel, as it were, that drives this unending cycle of rebirth. And so if we want sentient beings to be free of that, then we need to help them cultivate the direct antidote within their own mental continuum, which is the wisdom realizing the ultimate nature of phenomena. And in order to do that, we need to fully develop our own qualities, our own skills, our own knowledge, which means we need to become enlightened. We need to become Buddha. then and only then will we have the skills, qualities, and knowledge to guide sentient beings most effectively from the oceans of samsaric existence to the state of complete enlightenment. And therefore, so that our actions can become the cause for us achieving enlightenment, then we're going to, motivate with bodhicitta, and then we're going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session here today. Okay, so that is the motivation. And now let us, I've been doing this for a few weeks now, and I like it. Sorry, hold on. We can do a few more preliminary prayers. So here, just to, those of you will know, these prayers, they're to visualize our place, not as an ordinary abode, but a pure land of the Buddha. So these verses are from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charivatara. Everywhere may the ground be pure, free of pebbles and so forth, as level as the palm of the hand, in the nature of Vaidurya and soft. So now we're going to invoke all the Buddhas to come here to this pure land. And then we're going to do the practice in their presence. So Savior of all, sorry. Thanks. Savior of all sentient beings without exception, divine destroyer of the unbearable hordes of Mara and their forces, perfect knower of all things without exception, Bhagavan, with your retinue, please come here. And then we'll do this offering prayer. So we have water bowls set out here. I've lit some incense a little while ago. And then all the various offerings that you have at your house, at your altar, in your Dharma center, Lama Zopa Rinpoche's houses, all the FPMT centers, as well as all the owned and unowned thing in the world. We offer these to the Buddhas. May human and divine offerings actually arranged and mentally emanated become cause of fine and samadha offerings, filling the entire realm of space. So now all these offerings, when you recite this mantra, you visualize that they multiply. So 1 becomes 2, 4, 8, 16, and so forth. And then these come to pervade the entire realm of space. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajra Sarapamadana Tadagadaya Arahate Sambuddhaya Tayata Om Vajra Vajama Vajama Deja Vajama Bija Vajama Bodhicitta Vajama Bodhimanda Prasam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajra Sarapamadana Tadagadaya Arahate Samyasam Buddhaya Dayada Om Vajra Vajama Vajama Deja Vajama Deja Vajama Ma Bodhicitta Vajama Bodhimanda Prasam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajra Sarapamadana Tadagadaya Arahate Samyasam Buddhaya Dayada Om Vajra Vajama Vajama Deja Vajama Deja Vajama Bodhicitta Vajama Bodhimanda Prasam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha. By the power of the truth of the 3 rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the great wealth of the completed 2 types of merit, and the pure and inconceivable sphere of phenomena. May these positive clouds of offerings arising through transformations by the Bodhisattvas, our Samadha Bhadra, Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable and inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise, and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions be received. So then all of these offerings that we have visualized then become suitable to be offered and enjoyed by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions who are one in nature with our own Guru. And then we'll do the 7-limb prayer. So many of you know, but this has all of the various practices to make the prostrations, offerings, and so forth. And in doing these, then all the limbs, as it were, to purify previously accumulated negativities, as well as accumulate extensive merit, and also to increase the potency of previously accumulated positive actions, then are there. I prostrate reverently with my body, speech, and mind. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginningless time. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and Aryas. Please remain until the end of psychic existence and turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings. I dedicate my own and others' virtues to the great enlightenment. Actually, so I did a little bit, not the right order. So I'll go back to this. This is the actual Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. So we should have done this first. But anyway, now we visualize all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Since we invoke them, they've now come here to this place. And then we visualize all sentient beings in the space around us. And then remembering all the good qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and aspiring to generate those qualities within our own mental continua, then that's the reason why we go for refuge to the three jewels. So now as we do this, we can think that we are leading all sentient beings in this practice. So they are reciting these practices with us. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds and Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds and Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds and Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds and Dharmakaya. So now we have this recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. But first, if you have had the initiation of Avalokiteshvara, then you can generate yourself as a deity. First, by purifying all the normal, ordinary appearances into emptiness. And then your mind, which realizes emptiness, then arises as a deity. Otherwise, if you haven't had the initiation, then you can visualize the Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara, in the space in front of you. And then either from your own heart or from the heart of Avalokiteshvara visualized in front, as we recite the mantra, then numerous light rays go out in the 10 directions. These light rays then strike all the sentient beings, purifying them of all their negative karma, all their sicknesses, all their problems, suffering of body and mind, as well as the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And as we complete, by the time we complete the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be completely purified and enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we'll chant it a few times, and then we'll do a more silent recitation so we can do it more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, 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 mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, 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 mani be me. Mani be me, 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 mani be me. Oh, mani be me, oh. It's now at the end of the recitation. Then we think that due to the power of having recited the mantra and the power of the purifying light rays, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their negative karma, all of their sicknesses, all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have now achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. And now we can continue with the recitation of the actual prayer. So we'll do this over and over again for a few minutes until our session is done. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. Oh, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Sorry. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, we'll do it one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, hold on. Now we're going to do a more general dedication. Oops, sorry. So first, actualize bodhicitta. So please think. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died, May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then for the long lives of our gurus, first His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savoring myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then to seal the dedication with the understanding of emptiness, the ultimate nature of all phenomena, to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next two verses from the King of Prayers. I feel to dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the Hiri Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other Bhadra as well. I feel to dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And so lastly, we can also dedicate all our merits as well as all the merits accumulated by all the sentient beings, as well as all the numberless Buddhas, for all those beings who recently died. So I found out that one of my mother's friends, David Groth, recently passed away. And then, so for David, and as well as all the other beings who have recently died, may they be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, attain again a perfect human rebirth, and meet with the Mahayana teachings and Mahayana Guru and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And then we can also dedicate for all those beings who are sick. Quite sadly, so David's wife, David had an accident. She took him to the hospital, and then at the hospital, she also got tested for COVID. And although she has had both vaccinations and a booster shot, she has COVID, and she's now in the hospital due to that. And so for Kathy, as well as all the other sentient beings who are currently sick, whatever ailment they have, may they quickly be freed of all their various ailments. And then more generally speaking, all the diseases that there are in the world, may they instantly cease and may they never occur again. Okay, so thank you very much. Damsha, are you back?
I'm back.
Nice.
I just didn't want to interfere with your dedications. I hope David gets the rebirth, precious one, and Kathy recovers quickly. So it's shows you can do the right thing, and do whatever you can, and still, things come to you, if double vaccinated with a booster, and it's
So anyway, thank you very much. Thank all the rest of you who've tuned in, and we'll see you next time.
See you next week. I got your email. Thanks for the feedback. Much appreciated. Very valid point. Very valid point. And I take note of that. I took note of it already.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just had to dig back through an old newsletter. I'm like, no, that's fine. I'm already a little bit late. And I'm like, where's the link? Where do I go?
It shows you how we get so used to having the information always, on time. So it's like, okay. No, thank you very much. No, that is a good point. Thank you very much.
But anyway, thanks for all your work in organizing these. So
thanks for turning up.
Okay.
All right. Take care now, Joe. Good luck with the exams.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
yeah, that was dear brother Namjung. Always a joy to have here, and you know, also he's doing his exams now at Sarah J. Be careful if you say Sarah May, that it's like Oxford and Cambridge. But no, I wish him well, and all the other Sangha who's taken the exam. Margot, are you there? If not,
Yes,
okay.
I am.
Sorry, I quickly checked the two links for you. I just thought so yeah, the two PDFs she sent. So one was the prayer, the main one, and the other one was the extended dedications. So, the two links she had with a box, and then of course she had the two links in the shop. So ignore the shop links. But yeah, one was prayer, one was the extended dedications. And the extended dedications also had the phonetics in there. So yes, does that make sense? You can publish both of them, because one is the prayer and one is the phonetics, the dedications with the phonetics.
Yes. So the only question is how I should title those links, because I know that this what she sent. Now we are sharing two times. One we are sharing first as our typical English text, right? And then on the end we have Tibetan, and we are sharing it also as a Tibetan, right? So what is not really proper? Maybe Tibetan phonetics.
Tibetan phonetics. I mean, if you do one as Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer and then the other one as dedications with phonetics, maybe that works, because the second one is an extended dedication.
Okay. So
dedication
maybe
prayers and main prayer. Maybe Thangtong Gyalpo main prayer and then the dedications.
Okay, maybe I will do some proposition of names and send to you, and you will confirm.
Whatever works for you. I'm easy. I know it was easier when we had the links just working fine.
Well, yeah. So now we need to adjust the titles.
I'm sure we work it out. We always do.
Hope so. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that is that was the Amalgo. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, we tend to put the the links for the prayer texts in the bottom of YouTube, and we had some problems over recent weeks with some of the links working and not working, and so we were using different links now, and they're not quite as correctly named as probably would make more sense. So but it's always, as I said before, it's always nice to catch up with the media team, and that was Margot here, and she's always smiling. And she and her team really keep us on air 24/7 on YouTube and Zoom. So again, that's quite a challenge, with so many different Sangha from different parts of the world. So thank you very much to you and all the team. Okay, we only got, let's have a look. We've got 25 minutes. It's a short session, and if we just take a few deep breaths and reset the mind. And it's nice to start this session with 3 levels of motivation. If sort of like me, you're sort of just about to start the day, so if you're in the morning hours, it's nice to set the motivation for the day. If you're sort of halfway through the day, it's nice to check against them how we did in the morning, what needs changing, do we need to tweak something, and then reset for the afternoon, and then in the evening check back, how was the afternoon compared to the morning, how was the overall day, and then it's quite nice to work on that basis. So depending where you are in the world and what time it is, gives you an opportunity to run some cross checks throughout the day. It's a bit like an airline, cabin crew cross check. But anyway, okay. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. And again, what's really nice is that it says as much as possible. That little provider really allows for our habitual acts, in order to really transform our actions to be of maximum benefit. We need to change our ways. And that may take a little bit of time, so as much as possible. So we go up with the right motivation. If we make a mistake, okay, fine. We look at it and say, could have done that better, and then we make it so the next time around. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. In whatever way you can. And I said it in some of the earlier sessions. It's be within your means, be within your skills. It's if you want to give what you can afford. Don't go to the extent that you find yourself completely deprived of any means to get by. If you want to go and rescue somebody from the sea, there's no point going out in the water, try to get to a person 200 meters offshore if you can't swim. So stay within what's feasible. Sometimes it's good to stretch oneself, but do it in a measured way, do it in a with the long-term capacity in mind, rather than leaving yourself short or at risk. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Okay. So, and that's nice to sort of check throughout the day. Where am I with all this? So, okay. So if we visualize our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Again, if you have initiations, just feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone uncomfortable with engaging in with deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of the head, and filling them with compassionate, purifying light nectar that cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. This purification is taking place, atom by atom. Our true nature is being revealed, our true Buddha nature that has been covered up through all the flaws and negative karma that we have accumulated. So that's being all revealed as that's being scrubbed away. And feeling the joy of this rejuvenation and the restoration that's taken place. If we look around, we see all mother sentient beings enjoying the same benefits and relief, and recognizing that in essence we are the same. And by the great example of the unwavering, boundless compassion of the Guru towards all sentient beings, we recognize that we have contributed to the suffering that exists in so many forms for other sentient beings in ourselves through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Making the pledge that from now on we wish to engage in wholesome action to benefit all other sentient beings, to the best of our ability. We will improve the more we practice these actions. We now call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the Guru smiles. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. And by doing so, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, they begin to glow from within, atom by atom, and space between those atoms, and exchanging light with the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion for all beings. And to collectively, we shine like a bright beacon, dispelling the darkness of samsara and giving hope and refuge to those who are lost in the darkness, so they may find their way out to safety and liberation. And we seek out those who are wandering in the aimlessly in the darkness of samsara, and guide them to the best of our ability to the safety of compassion and liberation. So as we recite the morning mantra, again we recognize body, speech, and mind represented by Om, who are the causes for the creation of so much suffering. But by transforming our body, speech, and mind into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om, we can be of benefit to mother sentient beings to the fullest benefit. But in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in home. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you're being filled with that purifying light nectar, and how you glow from within and radiate light back out to the Guru and all mother sentient beings like a glorious sunrise, dispelling the shadows of the night, rising to the highest point and shining generously for all beings, providing warmth, hope, and safety. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. And a bit more. And a bit more. And a bit more. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults, and the pledge to engage in wholesome, from now on to engage in wholesome actions to benefit of other sentient beings. Having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras, may vision yourselves now as pure, and holding on to the pure state for as long as you possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We recite 3 times. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. And may all those who suffer hardships by various sources be given what is ever necessary, whatever wealth, treasures, resources, for them to be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their family, friends, their communities, and all sentient beings at large. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names differ beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All right. Some dedications. Okay, for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Like earth, water, fire and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold all sentient beings as dear as my life, and may sentient beings hold me, me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting Jew, fulfilling all wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrating beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe jingam di pendan dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Puptil chang jing yam gun gelwe tan zinken pelwe kun zo do po tse chok som kewe lek mun tu dru padak sok de jegan do shap ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me in this session. Thank you very much for continued support, and Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. And look who we got here. It's our dear Lobsang. Tupten, how are you?
Hello, Ramchan.
You keeping well?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this is the last session I can do, because then I switch off everything.
Are you going retreating?
Yeah, next week, yeah. So I'll switch off the connections.
That's quite all right. You know, it's good that you have the opportunity to do these retreats, and you know. But you know, thank you very much for taking the time out to join
because
us.
I wanted to help you, because kind of I know that at the end you end up with many sessions.
Well, you know, I'm sure the people who are going on retreat or travel at the moment will be back. So I'm trying to see it as a temporary, you know. But yeah. But no, it's much appreciated, you know, so thank you very much. So
thank you too for taking the lead and taking the responsibility and backing up everybody. And
oh well, somebody has to nag.
Yeah, exactly. So we took this one on, so it's nice.
Anyway, yeah. So enjoy your session, and
Yes,
I'll probably see you around before you go on retreat.
What means see you around? I will not be after, no?
Oh, fair enough. No worries. Okay. You enjoy your retreat.
Nice. What?
No. You have a good retreat.
Okay. Yeah. I understood see you around, but
all right.
It's not going to happen for some time. But it's always nice to have some contact with Nalanda monks. It's somehow being away.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to see a Nalanda monk and anyone. It's nice. Yeah.
Yes. You take care of yourself, and thanks for joining.
Yeah. Thank you too. Okay, let's take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dharmakaya. So we visualize ourselves as Chenrezig. Some of us are really Chenrezig, so they can just do their work. Being Chenrezig, emanate rays of light from their hearts, where the mantra is on a moon disk, surrounded by the syllable, surrounding syllable Hri. From that, light rays emanate to all directions, purifying all sentient beings of their ailments and negative karma and all the diseases and imprints and temporary conditions and all the harms. And especially they inspire them to generate a compassionate heart, never separated from wisdom. Yep. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And while reciting the mantra, you can meditate on causes of compassion, the benefits of compassion, disadvantages of cherishing oneself, and advantages of cherishing others, and so on, all the causes and conditions leading to developing bodhicitta. And all the preceding topics, from precious human life, and all the following topics, emptiness, and then the tantric paths up to Mahamudra. But mainly we focus on compassion, developing compassion, and acting out of compassion. Objectless compassion. compassion which doesn't discriminate between friends and enemies and strangers, compassion which is rooted in recognition that all beings have been our mother, type of compassion which is really pure, coming from renunciation, renounced mind, renouncement of suffering, understanding what suffering is, compassion which sees all existence as unsatisfactory, and all experience in our ordinary existence as suffering, like all pervasive, and then wishing others to be liberated from that. Understanding cause and effect, that this precious human life ends with death, and therefore it is important to practice 10 virtuous actions and abandon the 10 non-virtues, and striving for a better human liber, so we can continue our practice and striving for liberation, and then not only for ourselves but also for others, because they have been our kind mothers, and we wish to repay their kindness. And then we can equalize oneself with others, meditate on that we have an equal wish to be happy and not to suffer. So there is no difference between us and anyone else in that wish, that everyone's happiness is equally important as ours. And then we can meditate on disadvantages of self-cherishing. That all harm in the world and all suffering comes from cherishing oneself, and there's no benefit in self-cherishing. And to cherishing others has only advantages. There's no disadvantages on cherishing others. Others are many, we are only one. When we get benefited by others, we are very happy. So definitely, if others get benefit from us, they will be really happy. So there's many, countless advantages of cherishing others. Our merit increase, our difficulties fade away, because we also get benefit ourselves from cherishing others. Like, by the way, we come closer and closer to enlightenment. We please all the Buddhas, because they see all sentient beings as their children, as their very dear children. So we don't harm sentient beings, because then we harm the children of all the Buddhas, or very dear to them. So we don't want to displease all the Buddhas, our gurus especially. So we want to follow in their footsteps. And then we can do the main part, and that is taking upon ourselves the suffering of others. So we can stay on this point for a while turning the prayer wheel, and we are emanating light, but at the same time from our hearts and the prayer wheel, light of compassion. At the same time, we take upon ourselves with compassion all the suffering of sentient beings in the form of black smoke, and that is also into self-cherishing in our hearts. We breathe in this black smoke, and that is also into the black cloud of self-cherishing in our heart, like a hard rock in our heart, and then completely destroys it. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then we can meditate on great love and give all our happiness to others. All the happiness we have, all the good conditions we enjoy, especially the happiness of having met the Dharma and happiness of Dharma and understanding Dharma, having faith in the Dharma, having trained our mind and knowing the methods for training the mind. It's a method of increasing happiness and getting a pure, peerless, stainless happiness. All the understanding of the Dharma, all the realizations. And by that, let our compassion increase and always join in with emptiness. Objectless compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. So the rays of light radiate out from our hearts and from the prayer wheel, and liberate all sentient beings from all the diseases. Give them all the happiness they wish for, and including the ultimate happiness, liberation and enlightenment. So we visualize that all sentient beings have been completely liberated from all the ailments, the causes of suffering, the manifestation of all those causes, completely eliminated, completely purified. The more we believe it, the stronger mind we have, the more it becomes reality. knowing that this is just a visualization, just our practice to develop more compassion. It has not become in actuality, that we still need to work more for sentient beings. We generate this extra intention that we by ourselves alone will lead sentient beings to the pillars and best happiness. We need to take on this responsibility by ourselves alone, not waiting for other Buddhas to do it, or other practitioners to develop all the good conditions in the mind, internal, external. For doing that, we ourselves alone need to do that. We have karmic connections with sentient beings that are unbelievably kind to us, wish to repay the kindness. And we know that for ourselves, the best type of our happiness is having this loving, compassionate heart and acting from that source. Om Mani Padme Hum. Being determined to bring about the happiness of all sentient beings by oneself alone, by ourselves alone. We look for the best way possible of doing that. And we understand that the best way of doing that is becoming a compassionate Buddha, Chenrezig. In order to benefit all sentient beings in the purest, lasting, best, highest way, we ourselves have to become full enlightenment in the form of Chenrezig, the manifestation of all Buddha's compassion. We need that enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And we need to use this special method of Chenrezig practice. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we recite this mantra, which includes implicitly in itself the whole path to enlightenment, all the methods, all the wisdoms, all the transformation of this basis of body, speech, and mind of ourselves. And by practicing, it develops into the body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Practicing what? Practicing method and wisdom inseparable. This non-dual profundity and clarity, the transcendental wisdom of non-dual profundity and clarity. We always remember when we do the Chenrezig practice, it's for that, for this transcendental wisdom of non-dual profundity and clarity. Om Mani Padme Hum. We ourselves alone, we have to attain this Dharmakaya's timeless state, perfect, highest, lasting state of full enlightenment of Chenrezig. because that's the best way possible of benefiting sentient beings. With that inexhaustible compassion. An inexhaustible ability to benefit sentient beings. With an omniscient mind, this purest, spontaneous intention. Perfectly without any mistake, according to the ripening of sentient beings, karma, creation of causes and conditions they have created in the past. They create now, or we cause them to create in the future. We assist them, we create opportunities for them to accumulate merit, to purify negativities, to enter the path, to follow in the footsteps of the gurus, and to attain full enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. 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 we visualize that all sentient beings, elements and causes of elements being completely purified, all the discordant class, all the obscurations. They have all become compassionate Buddha, Chenrezig, 1,000 arms, 1,000 eyes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama at a lot of death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reigns and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru, the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. By the compassion of the Gurus, the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's remember His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the Buddha of compassion himself in this world. There is a Buddha of Chenrezig manifesting in this world, present with us now, in a form which we can see, which we can hear, can follow his teachings, receive his advice, and follow in his footsteps, follow his example, and become like him, like a compassionate Buddha, Chenrezig. We still have this unbelievable opportunity to receive teachings directly from Chenrezig, from his manifestation, understand the meaning, and practice it, and become Chenrezig. We need to seize this opportunity now, seize this opportunity now, now, now. Now. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, in that arisen or decline increase more and more. May the Supreme Bodhicitta not yet arisen arise and grow, and that which is not diminished but increase more and more. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Hello. Hello, Rafael.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah. I'm cool.
Yeah. How is there? It's getting cold also there?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm in Slovakia now, so
you're not in Nalanda. You went back.
Not anymore. Like me, for a year I will be here.
Oh yeah. So, how is there?
Yeah. Sorry?
How is there? How do you feel there?
It's great. It's great. I'm alone. It's great to be alone. Amazing to be alone. Yeah, alone with Chenrezig. Okay, so
Yeah,
take over.
okay.
Everything good? Everything good in Italy?
Well, according to samsaric life, yes, more or less, yes.
Yeah. Let's have a pure view. Pure view.
Yeah. That's why. That's why. Okay.
See you.
Okay.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you. I'm very happy to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, for everything you do.
Ciao.
Ciao. I was ordained in Italy, so it's very special.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti, ben ritrovati. Ora ci mettiamo in posizione meditativa, come al solito, anzi già lo siete, per cui cerchiamo di fare in modo che il nostro corpo si rilassi e diventi diciamo, l'ambiente adatto affinché la nostra mente ci dimori in tranquillità e in vividezza. Per cui diamoci qualche minuto in questo modo, invitando la consapevolezza a entrare nel nostro corpo e invitando la mente a essere qui e adesso per qualche minuto. Con una mente presente e un corpo rilassato, cerchiamo di far sorgere la corretta motivazione per impegnarsi in questa meditazione che stiamo facendo per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, in particolare per opporsi in modo positivo nei confronti di questa pandemia, che tuttora continua a interessare il mondo intero, che tuttora continua a far soffrire le persone. Se la nostra motivazione è già alta, allora concentriamoci su questa. Se viceversa va costruita, iniziamo come sempre da noi stessi. E com'è incredibilmente meraviglioso il fatto che siamo vivi questa mattina, siamo ancora vivi, quindi ancora in possesso di una preziosa rinascita umana, che ci permette di emanciparci dal dolore e dal dispiacere. Il dolore e il dispiacere che caratterizza l'esistenza ciclica, l'esistenza condizionata dal karma e dai difetti mentali. Quindi c'è speranza, possiamo fare qualcosa. Possiamo fare qualcosa per attivare le incredibili e immense qualità che giacciono nella nostra mente sottile. Finora abbiamo vagato all'interno dell'esistenza ciclica come dei ciechi, senza sapere perché e nemmeno sapere per cosa. In continuo stupore negativo, con una domanda imperante dentro di noi, in ogni esistenza, che si chiedeva: ma perché tutto questo? E oggi abbiamo la possibilità, attraverso lo strumento interiore che ci viene gentilmente passato dai Buddha, attraverso le loro emanazioni, e grazie anche al karma che è maturato in questo modo, possiamo fare qualcosa. Possiamo fare qualcosa per noi stessi. Ma fare qualcosa solo e unicamente motivati per noi stessi non è corretto, perché tutti gli altri esseri stanno vagando nel samsara come stiamo vagando noi, e la maggior parte di essi ha questa domanda all'interno di se stessi: ma perché? Ma per cosa? E questi esseri sono come nostra madre e nostro padre, che vagano e continuano a subire sofferenza e dispiacere, nonostante il bene che ci hanno fatto. E così per tutti gli esseri, perché a turno tutti sono stati nostra madre e nostro padre. E tutte queste madri e padri continuano a vagare, chiedendosi: ma perché? Ma per cosa? Ogni volta che soffrono, ogni volta che la loro esistenza gli procura dolore e dispiacere. Quindi sarebbe irresponsabile da figli pensare solo al proprio benessere finale, senza pensare a loro, senza pensare a ottenere uno stato da cui poter calare la fune della liberazione, a cui si possono aggrappare. È nostra responsabilità, non la possiamo delegare. Non la possiamo delegare perché nei confronti di molti di questi esseri abbiamo una relazione fortissima, forse più forte rispetto a tutti gli altri Buddha, verso alcuni. Perché il rapporto tra noi è appunto di cause e condizioni. Quindi è nostra responsabilità cercare di ottenere lo stato di Buddha, non per la nostra unica emancipazione, ma per essere in grado di poter emancipare anche tutti gli altri, tutti coloro che riusciamo a emancipare. È il nostro momento, è la nostra grande occasione. E quindi dal momento che siamo ancora vivi oggi, cerchiamo di motivare tutta questa giornata che abbiamo davanti nel modo migliore, nel modo più alto. E concentriamoci un attimo su questa motivazione. Spinti da questa motivazione per raggiungere il nostro scopo, lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, abbiamo bisogno di un'altra parte di esseri a cui affidarci, che sono gli esseri nobili, gli esseri che hanno ottenuto sia lo stato di Arat, lo stato di quello che è riuscito a emanciparsi dal dolore e dalla sofferenza, e dal Buddha stesso. In questo modo possiamo raggiungere lo stato di Buddha, prendendo rifugio. Quindi di fronte a noi, nello spazio, come raffigurato nello schermo, il Buddha assume l'aspetto del Buddha della compassione, il Buddha Chenrezig, che è fatto di luce, è esistente, non è solo la nostra proiezione, e ci osserva con amore e compassione, con l'unico desiderio di emanciparci dal dolore e dalla sofferenza. E quindi in Buddha, e quindi nei tre gioielli, prendiamo rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter essere in grado di liberare tutti gli esseri miei madri. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E avendo preso rifugio, ora recitiamo il mantra di Avalokitesvara, di Chenrezig, e mentre lo recitiamo immaginiamo che raggi di luce si emanano dal suo cuore, pervadono lo spazio, colpendo tutti gli esseri, quindi purificandoli e dotandoli loro dell'energia per poter percorrere un sentiero interiore, e così pure noi. Quindi è un mantra che ci deve far crescere l'amore e la compassione nei confronti di tutti gli esseri. Quindi dobbiamo essere pervasi da questa luce, pervasi da questo suono e pervasi da questo significato. Questo è il nostro impegno. E quindi per una decina di minuti recitiamo in questo modo. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme, mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora che abbiamo fatto questa pratica, recitiamo la preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendenti da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti essere incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati e non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Avendo pronunciato questa preghiera, immaginiamo che Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi, osservandoci, si porta sulla sommità del nostro capo, assume la dimensione di un pollice e lentamente, attraverso il canale centrale, entra dentro di noi e va a raggiungere il nostro cuore, il chakra del nostro cuore, dove risiede la nostra mente estremamente sottile, e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig e la nostra mente si mescolano, diventando di un unico sapore. Rimaniamo un attimo in contemplazione di ciò. E ora facciamo la dedica di questa mezz'ora, anche tutto quello che abbiamo fatto fino adesso di positivo, quindi dedichiamo per realizzare bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Così dedichiamo per realizzare la vacuità. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa, effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Quindi dedichiamo per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per essere di utilizzo per tutti gli esseri, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno d'ardere nelle foreste, posso essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. E quindi adesso dedichiamo per sigillare i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, dell'innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte. E quindi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, posto i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fuggi dal generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E aggiungiamo tutte le dediche che abbiamo in mente, quindi sicuramente per tutti i nostri maestri e per tutti quegli esseri con cui siamo in contatto e che sappiamo che stanno soffrendo e hanno bisogno del nostro aiuto, quindi dedichiamo in questo modo. Ok, grazie a tutti. Hello, Rosantrilla.
Hello. Hello. How are you today?
Good. Where are you talking from?
From Brisbane in Australia.
Wow. Oh.
And where are you?
I'm in Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in fact, I was guiding in Italian, for the people.
Yes, I could tell it was in Italian. Well, I thought it was in Italian. I'm not very clever. I thought it was either Italian or Spanish.
Yeah, they look like each other a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so now okay. I leave you the burden or the privilege to guide the people through this. And
thank you so much.
Okay, so hope to see you again.
Okay. Yes, take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Ok, bye. Ciao a tutti. Bye. Ciao, arrivederci.
Ciao. So, there we are. That works better for me. Hello, everybody. We are, what are we, 3:30 in Brisbane, 3:30 in the afternoon. Beautiful sunny weather, must be about 30 degrees, quite warm. Absolutely stunning day. So happy to be able to do this today. It's always, as Venerable just said, always a great privilege to lead this practice. And I always wonder how I'm going to start it off. And this morning I zoomed into a teaching with Geshe Sherab on the 8 verses of thought transformation. And he's so wise and teaches so beautifully, and talking about, generating such a pure mind of compassion, a mind of compassion where we can always put our own hurt feelings aside and our own thoughts of how people should treat us and how we should rub along with people in this world. And so and had me thinking, compassion, we practice compassion and we try our very hardest. We try to transform our minds until we become pure compassion, until we become compassion. It's not a practice. It's not something we consciously try to do day in and day out. We become perfect, pure compassion, just as Lama Zopa Rinpoche is. And I just wanted to read you a beautiful little article. It's an essay by Robert Thurman, that was printed in Tricycle magazine back in 1996, quite a long time ago now, on Avalokiteshvara in Tibet. And because we do the absolutely gorgeous motivation at the beginning of the practice today, that was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara, I thought I'd read this lovely story. According to an old Tibetan tradition, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara has a special relation with the people of Tibet. A Bodhisattva is a warrior or hero of enlightenment, a being who is on the path to Buddhahood. But in a sense, Avalokiteshvara is even more than a Buddha. After attaining Buddhahood, he voluntarily returned to the way of a Bodhisattva in order to lead all beings to Buddhahood. Thus, Avalokiteshvara is considered the manifestation of the selfless, unconditional compassion of the Buddhas. The form of Avalokiteshvara, favoured by the Tibetans, has 1,000 arms, 1,000 eyes in his open palms, and 11 heads. He is said to have acquired these many arms and heads as a result of his frustration with the Tibetans. The story begins when Avalokiteshvara was dwelling in Sukhavati, the pure land of Amitabha Buddha, where everything was wonderfully peaceful. Feeling quite confident and expansive, Avalokiteshvara decided to go down to Tibet to help it become a civilized, non-violent nation. He vowed to Amitabha, if I should ever get discouraged down there, working with those barbaric Tibetans, may my body be shattered into 1,000 pieces. Then he descended, and for several lifetimes he meditated in the mountains upon boundless compassion, continually emanating waves of love. In those days, the Tibetans were powerful warriors who had conquered much of Central Asia. They also loved to have a good time and eat great quantities of yak meat. In the traditional language of Buddhism, they were difficult to tame. After many lifetimes, Avalokiteshvara began to be aware that such deeply ingrained tendencies are not easily pacified. Just emanating waves of love does not do the trick. Violence somehow persists. Offer food to a hungry demon and he responds by starting to eat your arm. In a moment when Avalokiteshvara was not guarding his mind, he thought, these evil, violent Tibetans are insatiable. No matter how peaceful and loving I am, it has no effect. He became a bit discouraged and wept, they say, 2 tears. From each tear, a goddess was born, one white and one green, the 2 forms of Tara. The 2 goddesses said, stop weeping, we'll help you. Please calm yourself. And their words indeed calmed him down for a lifetime or 2. At last, however, he became truly discouraged, and in that moment his body was instantly shattered into bits. Then one of the fragments of the Bodhisattva cried out in despair to Amitabha Buddha for help. Amitabha came down to the place where Avalokiteshvara's pieces were strewn about the mountain. In typical guru fashion, he looked down at the broken Bodhisattva and said, what's your problem? Whoever told you to take such an ambitious vow? What have you done to yourself? You know you should always be careful about what you wish for, because whatever it is, good or bad, sooner or later you will get it. Then Amitabha blessed the Bodhisattva, and the 1,000 pieces became an imposing figure with 1,000 arms, 1,000 eyes, and 11 heads. And of course, that is the image of Chenrezig, of Avalokiteshvara, that we often see. And even Avalokiteshvara had to practice compassion for many lifetimes before he became compassion. So no matter how many lifetimes we need to practice, we should do it with perfect aspirational prayers, perfect altruism, to become enlightened for the sake of all sentient beings. And whenever our mind is troubled, by anger, frustration, envy, hatred, to immediately transform it into compassion. And with our pure aspirational prayers, we will become enlightened. Have no doubt whatsoever. Sometimes it might seem that we face difficulties every single day. But if we truly, truly aspire to enlightenment, we will get there. So now we can start the practice with the motivation. So the motivation has just left my screen because I didn't refresh. So let me just take a moment. And as I said, this motivation takes the form of refuge. And this refuge prayer was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Ka Napa Paljo Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. Let's recite the prayer 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now that we have set our motivation, we can recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, and we can recite it 3 malas loudly for the first mala, and then under our breath for the next 2 malas. And as we recite, bring to mind and hold in your heart every single suffering being, from the smallest insect to the greatest, largest animal, and every single human being, without forgetting even one. And feel that your heart of compassion is large enough to hold each and every one of them. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani You can think that through the power of mantra, through the power of your own loving compassion, all beings are freed from their sufferings, sickness, grief and loss, fear, all of the sufferings of all being totally eradicated through the perfect power of compassion. Now we can recite the actual prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And you know that by reciting aloud, there are many, many little beings, insects in your house that hear the prayers and are purified by the prayers. And so by reciting our prayers aloud when we can, we are benefiting all of those little beings that we can't see that are around us, you know, the tiny ones like the dust mites. So, you know, we can, whenever we pray aloud, rejoice in this. So now Rinpoche has given us this prayer to do, particularly for those who are suffering through this pandemic, which of course, all beings in one way or another, but, you know, sort of the really, really, you know, sort of the absolute ultimate suffering that this disease has brought, the death and the illness and the loss and the grief and so much. And so we just keep those beings in our hearts as we recite this prayer and think that the power of this prayer goes out into our universe to purify the universe of this disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we can think that through reciting this prayer, we are making a difference in the world. We are helping however our prayers manifest in this time of COVID. Otherwise, Rinpoche wouldn't have given us this prayer to do. So now we can go to our dedications. And at Langri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane, after our meditation classes, we always recite the extract from chapter 10 of the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva. And as I recite the prayer, just hold all beings in your heart, every single suffering being. Suffering manifests in many ways, in all beings, in different ways. Nobody's suffering is, sort of unique. While we all suffer, there's always somebody else who has suffered the very same thing, suffering the same thing at that time. So there are many, many beings suffering from illness and dying of, losing what they love. So many countries in the world suffering in different ways through COVID. And we can bring all of these suffering beings to mind and in our hearts while we recite this prayer. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are born with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid. and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the peoples think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Long life prayers for our wonderful teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Please, please, please live long. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For our very precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, please, please live long. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And the final dedication prayer, and remembering and sealing the practice with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Sharon, I see you're there today. Thank you so much. Thank you for Venerable Demcho rounding us all up every week. Thank you for the Thank you for the IMI. Thank you to Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Thank you, everybody. Hello, Venerable Tektok.
Hello, how are you down under?
I am very, very well, thank you. What time is it in Nalanda?
Nalanda, it's just after 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, lovely day coming up.
I hope so, yes.
Very warm here today, about 30 degrees here, 30 degrees centigrade.
Yeah, no,
Celsius.
no. Yeah, we're today it will be warmer, but until now we're about 10, 15 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, keep warm, keep safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, take care.
Thank you. Yeah. And hello to the media team at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to Venerable Damcho, who is doing the administration of these meetings. And let us start by thinking actually why we're doing these practices. What is our motivation? And we expand to think, who are we including in our thoughts? So now we visualize all sentient beings in human form that are sitting around us. We can just think for a moment that we're actually leading them all to enlightenment. This is our goal. But as we're not qualified at the moment, we can wish them to be free from any disease and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. We can think that we're doing the Guru's advice, so this is a Guru devotion. So how wonderful. So we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our mind, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our mind, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that I'm going to do now is the one that I found at the Lama Yeshu Wisdom Archive. The visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig with light being emitted, etc. That Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009. And as you can imagine, I adapted it a little bit to cause our circumstance. So let's visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Standing, proud, he is white in color, he has 11 heads, some green, some white, some red. He has 1,000 arms. In each hand there is an eye. The hand closest to the body hold implements. Very wise and very compassionate. Now this Chenrezig that we visualized, now visualize on the crown in every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human being, Sura, Asura, and intimated state beings, and yourself. And from this Chenrezig, nectar beams are radiating out and then entering into one's own body and mind. And the nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. And we have to remember that if we have a particular sickness or spirit harm, the cause of is the negative karma and afflictions collected from beginning of rebirth up to now. And we think completely purified. We can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's now probably a year and a half. Still, some people are in lockdown, not many. Definitely people are in hospitals and respirators. People who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. The same visualization of nectar beams that are radiating out from 1,000-armed Chenrezig to above the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings, and then entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm, constantly purifying with this visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. So request Chenrezig to guide you and everybody, your families and all sentient beings. As Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize the suffering as extensive as possible. And that they are constantly being purified as we recite or chant the Chenrezig mantra. We have to think that the most important thing in our lives is to develop great compassion. For that, we must receive the blessing of the special deity of compassion by reciting the mantra that persuades the holy mind of Compassion Buddha. For this reason, we're going to recite the Compassion Buddha's mantra. And I would like to add a request from the newness sadhana. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in this realm to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all six realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. And we can dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Chado Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases, like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world, stop right now. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And I would like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the diseases and deaden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocence, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And I remind you still to remain with the visualization of Thousand Armed Chenrezig, that is emitting rays of nectar beams that are purifying. May whatever suffering there are from night-red diseases, Jakabuto leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of Graha spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clusters of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and infallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I remind you to keep the visualization of 1,000 Chenrezig that is on top of the crown of each and every sentient being, emitting nectar beams. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. This is the last recitation. May all the diseases and sadness of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, it's like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind, in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied being be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000 Om Chenrezig, dissolve it into a sphere of light as it absorbs into you and permeates your whole body. I'd like to add some mantras of Green Tower as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tutare Turesa, Om Tare Tutare Turesa, Om Tare Tutare Turesa, Om Tare Tutare Turesa, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turesa, 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 Om Tare Om Tare Tutare Turesa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Turesa. Om Tare Tutare Turesa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Om Tare Tutare Turesa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Turesa. Om Tare Tutare Turesa Ha. And I would like to start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses, without exception, of transmutatory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of ground and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma Kingdom Kappa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified, and may all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious Malosam Japa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom, unknown bliss, and emptiness. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, I am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication prayed to the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious Manos and Japa shine resplendent forever. May I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha teaching. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the very long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling joy, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teachings and transmitter beings, who extensively clarify the past that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring your three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And let's see. Hello, Venerable Ciliana.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Everything okay with you?
Yeah, everything is okay.
Good, good. So we have news with Cesar is getting better and better. Now it's going to be released from the place where he has therapy. They are going to put him in a hospice, and a very good hospice that is just brand new, just open now. So
wonderful, wonderful.
It's very, very incredible that this is all his merit of the stupa building, you know.
Yeah, I will tell the people that are in Nalanda that were in Pamaya and know him. I'm sure they will be very happy.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, yes. Yeah. Okay, you are healthy. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Good, fantastic. Okay, have a nice day, dear. I'll see you next week.
Yes.
Ciao.
Okay.
Ciao. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us for so many weeks now. And today we are at the 67th week of this marathon. And so thank you very much for all your dedication, all your work and your support. And also thank you very much to Tenzin Dongchok that is coordinating all this activity that is being going on, so wonderful, and so many people have been attending. And so thank you very much also to all those people who are following us and supporting us with participating to these prayers that we need so much. We need so much positive energy now. Okay, now the session in Italian. Buongiorno a tutti quanti. Ho appena ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che hanno sostenuto questa attività per tutti questi mesi. Siamo già alla 67esima settimana adesso. Grazie all'incoraggiamento che Lama Zopa Rinpoche ci ha dato e ci dà continuamente. Abbiamo la possibilità appunto anche di stare insieme a tutti quanti gli altri monaci e monache della nostra fondazione, dell'FPMT e dell'IMI. E questa è una cosa molto bella perché ci unisce in un'attività virtuosa per tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti in tutto il mondo. Quindi ora cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione nel fare questa pratica. Ricordiamoci che abbiamo ottenuto questa rinascita umana grazie al sostegno e all'aiuto che abbiamo ricevuto da innumerevoli altri esseri viventi Il fatto di aver ottenuto questa rinascita umana è il risultato di pratiche di moralità, pazienza, generosità. E abbiamo potuto fare tutte queste pratiche grazie all'esistenza degli altri esseri viventi. Senza gli altri esseri viventi non avremmo potuto praticare appunto la moralità di non uccidere, di non rubare, di non avere attività sessuale scorretta. Poi ancora la moralità della parola, ovvero di aver usato la parola per consolare gli altri, usare parole gentili, non aver ingannato gli altri e così via. Poi mentalmente abbiamo fatto delle preghiere per poter ancora ottenere una rinascita umana e continuare il nostro progresso, il nostro sentiero interiore. Quindi è grazie all'esistenza degli altri che abbiamo la possibilità di fare tutte queste pratiche. E grazie all'esistenza degli altri che possiamo generare amore, gentilezza e compassione. Quindi ora ci mettiamo nella posizione corretta di meditazione, nel senso che cerchiamo di avere la spina dorsale dritta. Ovunque noi siamo seduti o con le gambe incrociate o seduti su una sedia, siamo seduti su una sedia e teniamo i piedi appoggiati per terra. Cerchiamo di essere comodi nella posizione in cui siamo. La spina dorsale dritta, ma non avere rigidità del corpo. Quindi ripassiamo la postura partendo dal capo, lasciamo andare tutte le tensioni che abbiamo nel volto, le tensioni che abbiamo nei muscoli della faccia, del collo, le spalle e così via. Visualizziamo di fronte a noi sul nostro capo Thangtong Gyalpo o Guru Chenrezig o Sua Santità Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche o comunque un maestro che ci ispiri le qualità di amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Generiamo un profondo sentimento di compiacimento per tutto quello che abbiamo. E quindi pensiamo effettivamente che lo scopo della nostra esistenza non è soltanto quello di stare bene a noi stessi, di utilizzare tutte quante le possibilità che abbiamo, qualsiasi azione che facciamo, di avere lo scopo di essere il maggior beneficio possibile per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, che sono innumerevoli. Tutti quanti stanno soffrendo in un modo o in un altro, alcuni più intensamente, alcuni meno. Cerchiamo di ricordarci la ragione per cui facciamo questa pratica, è quello di alleviare tutte le sofferenze e creare le cause perché queste sofferenze possano finire al più presto. generiamo un profondo sentimento di rinuncia, nel senso di non voler più creare le cause per le sofferenze di noi stessi e degli altri. Pensando ai nostri guide spirituali, pensando alla mente illuminata del Buddha, sentiamo queste preciose qualità di amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Dal profondo del cuore generiamo una profonda fiducia di poter ottenere noi stessi le stesse qualità. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella decrezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Immaginiamo che dal cuore del Guru, Chenrezig, sembrano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi, e immediatamente appena vengono toccati da questa luce, tutte quante le oscurazioni scompaiono e si dissolvono e permettono, lasciano spazio alla mente illuminata di manifestarsi. Quando espiriamo possiamo immaginare che anche noi stessi diamo energia pura e positiva verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, pensiamo in questo modo, recitando il mantra praticamente pratichiamo le 6 perfezioni e ancora purifichiamo le 6 stati di esistenza nel samsara. E questo sono un brevissimo e sintetico beneficio del mantra Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo che lo facciamo per beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, money, 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 oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Money, 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 money.
Quindi continuando a dare la visualizzazione di Chenrezig che emana infiniti raggi di luce a tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo per 3 volte, pensando al significato delle parole. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie e dai bhuta e degli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta nel stesso macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, di cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi, che primono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei king, dei protettori del Da, dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, le condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti, grado alle malattie, dai buti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e quei semplici suoni dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi interferenti dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che prima il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificati, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei king, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai butti e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E ancora facciamo la preghiera sempre di Thangtong Gyalpo, che protegge dalla paura della carestia del cibo, la mancanza di cibo che stanno sperimentando tantissimi esseri viventi, stanno sperimentando effettivamente questo problema, la mancanza di cibo. Avendo generato una mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per rivelare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le tue accumulazioni. Assemblea dei condottieri di Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatore, pratica Buddha, Guru Idan, Dakini, guardiani del Dhamma, delle 10 lezioni, divinità della ricchezza, Yakshi, Signore dei tesori, insieme ai loro seguiti. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri e traenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancherie del letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi e in questo mondo. Per favore pacifichi i danni causati ai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. Per favore fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento, per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste, con profonde suppliche, alla pausa dell'amore e della compassione, possa il leone della malattia, dei combattimenti, della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice, libera da malattie. La grande compassione dei vittoriosi dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa e effetto possono gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere la completa illuminazione. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Per realizzare bodhicitta. Posso la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non è ancora generata, solamente che già è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca e causa effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di larga ragione, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, qualunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Per incontrare il Guru in tutte le vite, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru profeti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei termini e sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Poi ancora le strofe della preziosa ghirlanda di Nagarjuna, essere sempre usate gli esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, l'aria, il fuoco, le medicine e il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata per gli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E poi per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, e in questo modo, con questa preghiera, facciamo anche la preghiera del Tonlen. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono ottenermi virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, e come un albero che esaudisce soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi e ricordarmi, e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificati istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Poi dedichiamo per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente, del futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte. Posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla mia parte. Poi facciamo la dedica di lunga vita per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e maggiornata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, per onore dei tre supremi, salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così completiamo la nostra sessione e quindi vi ricordo che le sessioni oggi in italiano saranno come segue. Segue dopo di me Lucia che guiderà in italiano, quindi alle 9 c'è la sessione in italiano, poi di nuovo nel pomeriggio alle 17:30, poi alle 19 e alle 19:30. E quindi ecco Lucia che appassa.
Ciao Silviana.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Buongiorno Silviana.
Tutto bene?
Tutto bene al momento.
Come al momento?
Al momento impermanente tutto bene.
È vero, è vero, è vero.
Poi vedremo.
È chiaro.
Cammin facendo.
Ok.
Grazie.
Grazie a te, buona giornata allora. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Buona giornata Isa, Irene, Anastella, Livio.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno a tutti, ciao.
Grazie di esserci. Facciamo qualcosa insieme. Siamo ancora vivi questa mattina. Abbiamo quella che viene chiamata questa preziosa rinascita. Quindi ogni momento è preziosissimo. E perché è preziosissimo? Perché abbiamo la possibilità di sviluppare la mente di bodhicitta, la mente dell'illuminazione, come hanno fatto i grandi santi del passato, come Buddha Shakyamuni ci ha dimostrato che è possibile. Anche loro sono stati esseri come noi, hanno avuto le loro nevrosi, i loro problemi, tantissimi difetti come noi, esattamente come noi, però sono riusciti piano piano a fare un lavoro su se stessi e hanno eliminato tutte le afflizioni. E così noi, che siamo i loro figli, ecco, cerchiamo di fare la stessa cosa, cerchiamo di impegnarci proprio per questo. Quindi ora adesso voi avete appena fatto la meditazione consiliana, quindi siete già, diciamo, pieni di energia. Quindi adesso io vi volevo leggere per iniziare una parte del libro del Bodhisattva Charyavatara, che ho incontrato aprendo il libro così a sorpresa. Parla proprio di Avalokitesvara, no? Il cuore della compassione, che appunto dimora nel cuore, nel nostro cuore, la compassione, anche un seme che se viene piano piano sviluppato, ecco che il nostro corpo si trasformerà nel corpo di Avalokitesvara, il quale rappresenta ogni parte del corpo di Avalokitesvara, ogni sua parte è una qualità, è una virtù, è un potere virtuoso. Quindi qua ho aperto e si legge quando opero per il beneficio degli altri, non dovrei far sorgere l'arroganza nel sentirmi speciale. Proprio come quando mi nutro, non mi aspetto nulla in cambio. Per cui, proprio come proteggo me stessa, anche dalle più piccole situazioni spiacevoli, allo stesso modo dovrei abituarmi a sviluppare una mente protettiva e compassionevole verso gli altri. Questo è il motivo per cui il sovrano Avalokitesvara, con grande compassione, ha benedetto il proprio nome, in modo che gli esseri che si trovano tra la gente possono essere liberi da ogni paura. quindi non dovrei abbattermi a causa delle difficoltà, in quanto per mezzo del potere della familiarità si può perfino provare dispiacere per l'assenza di qualcuno il cui solo nome un tempo ci colmava di terrore. Per cui chiunque desideri rapidamente proteggere se stesso e gli altri dovrebbe praticare questo santo segreto, scambiare se stessi con gli altri. Ecco, questo era un preludio alla nostra meditazione, alla nostra pratica, quindi con le parole di Shantideva. Questa è pagina 107 nel Via del Bodhisattva di La Chiara Luce Edizioni, libro, e quindi questo libro meraviglioso. E quindi ecco che noi, leggendo anche questi versi così profondi, ecco, cambiare noi stessi con gli altri. Ora, in generale, pensiamo, noi siamo in relazione agli altri e siamo anche in relazione a noi stessi, no? Quindi anche noi siamo divisi dentro di noi, no? Abbiamo delle parti di noi che non ci piacciono, le nostre afflizioni mentali, e abbiamo delle parti invece che sono estremamente virtuose, belle, però in generale siamo propensi tutti quanti a guardare la parte, diciamo, meno bella e affliggerci proprio perché quella parte, diciamo, non è ancora, diciamo, sviluppata, e quindi tendiamo tutti noi a, diciamo, a autocommiserarci, giudicarci e a dividerci, no? Questa è la prima guerra che avviene nel pianeta universale, diciamo, negli esseri umani. La prima guerra, i primi nemici ce l'abbiamo, le creiamo noi all'interno di noi. Ora queste due parti vanno, diciamo, riunite, vanno unificate, perché tutte le volte che facciamo questa discriminazione all'interno di noi, ecco che noi facciamo un ulteriore, a un problema ci mettiamo una ferita, ci mettiamo sopra il sale, e quindi la nostra sofferenza diventa ancora più forte. Ora, per unire ciò che è diviso, ecco, per unire ciò che è diviso, adesso noi dobbiamo riconoscere questo, scusate, questa dinamica, è cercare di abbracciare ogni parte di noi. Quindi adesso ci facciamo abbracciare dall'amore di Avalokitesvara, dell'amore del Buddha della compassione, e lo invochiamo davanti a noi e cerchiamo, scusate, cerchiamo di vedere vicino a noi nostro padre, nostra madre di questa vita, a destra nostro padre, a sinistra nostra madre, e poi tutti i nostri cari, figli, compagni, compagne, fratelli, sorelle, così anche tutte le persone con le quali abbiamo ancora dei problemi, delle difficoltà dovute ai nostri difetti mentali. Quindi immaginiamoli intorno a noi, vicino a noi, e pensiamo che tutti questi esseri infiniti fanno la pratica insieme a noi. E il nostro maestro nell'aspetto della luce, immaginiamolo come più facile per noi, nell'aspetto del nostro maestro, chiunque sia il nostro maestro, all'altezza dei nostri occhi, pensiamolo pieno di luce, che emana infiniti raggi di luce, verso di noi, verso i nostri cari amici e amici, tutti qua, tutti come un sole. La sua mente non separa, perché non è separato da nessuna forma di vita, non è separato all'interno e all'esterno, è completamente uno con tutti gli infiniti esseri. Quindi sentiamo la sua presenza davanti a noi. Generiamo una delle principali, la nostra motivazione, ovviamente e poi cerchiamo di prendere dal più profondo del cuore, prendiamo rifugio riconoscendo tutti gli esseri come noi, esattamente come noi, tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, della divinità di meditazione delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya, natura ultima della nostra mente, chiara luce, che è al di là dell'ego, che è dietro l'ego. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, della divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, Dharma e Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Quindi adesso facciamo il mantra di Om Mani Padme Hum e invitiamo il nostro maestro a venire sulla sommità della nostra testa. Se lo desiderate, rimane lì alla sommità della testa, oppure possiamo invitarlo a venire nel nostro cuore. Come resta più facile, possiamo invitarlo al chakra del nostro cuore, il nostro petto si riempie di luce, il maestro, la santa mente del maestro si unisce alla nostra, e dal nostro cuore unito al cuore del Chenrezig, che è Thangtong Gyalpo, in essenza il nostro maestro, Immaginiamo finiti raggi di luce che pervadono completamente tutti gli esseri vicino a noi e le riempiono di luce, di cura, di guarigione, di amorevole gentilezza. E poi piano piano ci allarghiamo, immaginiamo che tutto il pianeta viene toccato da questi raggi di luce, tutti gli esseri ricevono la cura, la guarigione nel cuore, la vera guarigione del cuore. E quindi mentre recitiamo il mantra visualizziamo ognuno delle persone che conosciamo che entra questi raggi di luce nel suo petto, nel suo cuore, e vengono tutti quanti liberati da tutti i problemi. Immaginiamo che questo accada veramente. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Omani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme. Quindi questi infiniti raggi di luce si riassolvono nel nostro cuore. Quindi immaginiamo nel nostro cuore mente estremamente caldo e luminoso, la nostra mente in unione con il nostro maestro. E recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo 2 volte. Questa preghiera che libera da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie degli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono tutte le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita, che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo, ma venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo, ma venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate, e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione dei guru, dei 3 gioielli, per i poteri dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Facciamo ancora un'altra. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate, e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione dei guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. a causa di questi meriti che abbiamo messo insieme, fare queste preghiere, dedichiamo i meriti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte, condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione, io stessa e da sola. Dedichiamo meriti per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama. Nel paese circondato da montagne innevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità potente Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo. Ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Preghiera di lunga vita per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preserva e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, i salvatori miei e gli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego per favore vivi a lungo. Facciamo anche una dedica per la lunga vita di Osel Rinpoche. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione che non ancora sorta in noi sorgere e svilupparsi, e possa quella già sviluppata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possa io diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha, guidare a quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti e di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Losang possa splendere per sempre. Come dice Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, fino a che esisterà lo spazio, fino a che esisterà anche un unico essere senziente, possa rimanere anch'io per risolvere la sofferenza nel mondo. Questa pratica che facciamo ogni settimana ha un grande potere, mette tutti gli semi per lo sviluppo del cuore vasto e profondo. È un grande aiuto per tutti noi che facciamo questa pratica, e quindi i benefici che noi riceviamo dal compiacere il maestro e da fare questa pratica di Thangtong Gyalpo, che appunto è emanazione di Chenrezig, veramente è una pratica che porta grandissima felicità, gioia nel nostro cuore, e quindi è veramente prezioso quello che stiamo facendo. Cerchiamo di riconoscerlo, di essere davvero contenti. Grazie a tutti voi, grazie Irene, Sharon, Livio, ciao Irene, Anna Stella, ciao a tutti.
Buona giornata.
Grazie, buona giornata.
Ciao Paloma, ciao, grazie, grazie mille.
Grazie a
buona
voi.
Buona giornata a tutti nel Dharma.
Grazie. Grazie.
Giornata, amici fratelli di Dharma, grazie.
Grazie, grazie a voi.
Buongiorno, buongiorno Lucia, buongiorno.
Oh, buongiorno Tenzin Padro.
Come stai?
Bene, grazie. Tu come stai?
Bene, bene.
Dharamsala.
Re.
Great. Bello vederti. Good vederti.
Thank you. Ciao,
Thank
ciao.
You. Ciao.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the next session of the prayerathon. I'm Tenzin Paldrin, and I'm coming to you from Thosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. So we are very fortunate to have this precious opportunity to do these prayers together and to fulfill the wishes of our most precious Holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So let's just take a few minutes to focus on our breaths and to settle our minds. So just count as best as you can to 10. And if your mind wanders, which it inevitably will, just bring it back to your breath. So for the next few minutes, we'll make the focus the object of our meditation, our breath, and use mindfulness and alertness to keep focused on the breath as best as possible. And with every out breath, just relax and let everything go, whatever you may have been holding on to, or to-do lists, or any tension or any anxiety or fear. For this half hour, we are just going to promise to let go of all of that, and we'll start by focusing on our breath. And now from this quiet space, let's visualize in front of us on a beautiful lotus and moon cushion, 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara standing on it, fully bedecked with jewelry and silks, indicating his different levels of realization, with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, and most of his arms holding this beautiful rose petal, and the rest of his arms holding the different implements. So let's just take a few minutes to visualize that this is none other than our Guru, and that Guru Avalokiteshvara is surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions. And what we know, the Buddha is the awakened one. So the Buddha has great compassion. The Buddha has completely overcome all of their afflictions, and they have the skillful means, and they have complete equanimity. So they do not make a distinction between people who are kind or do good to them versus people who harm them. For them, we are all equal. We are like their children. And they look at us in spite of all that we may have done or engaged in with great love and compassion. And then visualize around you the bodhicitta field, your mother and all sentient beings from the 6 realms, from the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura, deva, and all those who are making their transition, who are in the female form around your mother on your left-hand side, and on your right-hand side is your father, and all this male sentient beings from the 6 realms surrounding you as far as I can see. And then in front of us, if you have any difficult or challenging people, you can place them as, in a way, a special way of expressing gratitude to them for the lessons that they may be teaching us. And if it were not for them, we would not be able to learn and develop the 6 paramitas, especially the paramita of patience. So just take a few minutes to feel the presence of Guru Avalokiteshvara and all the sentient beings around us, because our motivation here is to do this practice not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. And Guru Avalokiteshvara and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, like the Great Mother, are looking at us with great love and compassion in spite of all that we may have done. So just take a few minutes to feel that compassionate loving presence. And now from this place, we will take refuge. So hopefully you have downloaded the prayer. So we'll recite the refuge prayer 3 times. And then we will recite the Om Mani Padme Hum with a series of different visualizations. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, keeping the visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the Bodhicitta field of our parents on either side, surrounded by all sentient beings in this and other universes, we are going to do a series of visualizations. Because first we are going to start by looking at and considering that this pandemic and all the other social and economic ills and challenges that are around us would not have come about without causes. And so what we are going to do is a series of purifications to remove these causes for us and for all sentient beings. So first we start by requesting Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down brilliant white light from his crown into the crowns of us and all sentient beings to completely purify all the negativities of our body. So any sexual misconduct, any killing, any stealing that we engaged in, we will visualize that as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, all of it gets completely purified and comes out of our body through our feet like dirty laundry water and fills our body with this beautiful, blissful, brilliant light. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll start by chanting together and then reciting softly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like all the negativities of our body have been completely purified, and all of us have been, our bodies have filled with this blissful, beautiful white light. And now we visualize from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara this brilliant red light pouring into each one of our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. So there's a lot of negativity on a daily basis that we create through our speech, through harsh words, divisive speech, where we separate people who may already have some tension between them or who are friends, through lying, and then through meaningless idle chatter by which we waste so much of time. So we humbly beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased with our request and pours down this red light, and it completely purifies all the negativities of speech which come out of our feet like dirty laundry water, and fills our speech or transforms our speech into mindful, wise, compassionate speech. So again, let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that your speech has been completely purified and transformed into blissful, wise, compassionate speech. And now from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours down this brilliant blue-green light, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. And as we know, the mind is the creator of all things. There's no external God that we necessarily believe in, nor is it we have a tendency to point our fingers and blame others when things go wrong. Even with this pandemic, we have to collectively wake up to the fact that we have each contributed to creating this pandemic. And how have we created it is basically through our afflictions, which is our attachment and desire and anger and hatred and jealousy and doubt, all of which are based in this ignorance that we grasping onto this self that we think exists from its own side. And based on that, then we create all these inappropriate thinking and of us versus them, she versus me, and then create all these tensions and conflicts with all the afflictions that come up. And then we engage in negativities of body, speech, and mind, which completely then creates so much suffering for other people. So we humbly beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify this. And it is possible, again, for us to purify this because the innate nature of our mind is actually pure. Our mind is in the nature of clear and knowing. And these afflictions are temporary obscurations, this self-grasping of ignorance with its cousin, the self-cherishing attitude. And these can be slowly, through practice, can be transformed and completely eliminated, which is what the Buddhas have done. So we humbly beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us of all these negativities. We openly confess all these negativities that we may have engaged in with our mind, and humbly ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify our minds and to transform it into, again, blissful, radiant, wise, and compassionate. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like this, your mind has been completely purified, and that your mind has been transformed into this blissful mind that has the qualities of Guru Avalokiteshvara, of being wise and compassionate and skillful. So just take a few minutes that this transformation has happened for you and for all sentient beings. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to send out hundreds and zillions of Avalokiteshvaras from his heart into each one of our crowns as far as I can see, so that we too may completely be transformed into Avalokiteshvara. Our impure mind, body, and speech gets completely transformed into Avalokiteshvara's body, speech, and mind. And again, this is possible because we have the seed of Buddha nature within us. And through practice and through making effort and through training, we can completely transform, completely cultivate, and completely eliminate all our afflictions and radiate our innate goodness, the bliss and the compassion and the wisdom, which is what the Buddhas, the previous Buddhas who started out like ordinary beings did. And we can also visualize that our beautiful Mother Earth gets transformed and all the other planets in the universe gets transformed into these beautiful celestial mansions where all sentient beings are living together in peace and harmony, and where all the social, economic injustices and inequalities, all of it gets completely purified. And this whole planet Earth and all the universes become transformed into a pure lands. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that all sentient beings from the six realms have been transformed into Avalokiteshvara, and our entire universe has been transformed into the celestial realms, where all beings are living without any disease, without economic ills, without any suffering, in great bliss, peace, and harmony. But now we look around and we realize, but this has just been a visualization. The reality is that we are still facing a pandemic all over the world. And there are so many social and economic problems and suffering in each one of our lives. And we have untamed and unsubdued minds. So we make the resolve that we will make the commitment that we will do whatever is possible individually and collectively to walk this path, to transform our minds so that we may become fully enlightened for the sake of each and every sentient being. So we generate the strong bodhicitta motivation. Because I am limited at this particular point, because I can barely take care of the afflictions in my own mind, I make the commitment that I will train and I will transform and I will study, meditate, and reflect as best as I can, and with the guidance of the teachers through gaining the realization of the entire long run. I will follow this path and become fully enlightened, however long it takes, however many eons it takes, whatever I may have to go through. I make that commitment that I will train myself to become a Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. So just take a few minutes to feel that strong motivation in your heart. And now, keeping that motivation, we will recite the rest of the prayer, composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, who himself was a great bodhicitta, and he composed this prayer when a pandemic was raging in his time. And it was through the power of his bodhicitta that he was able to, the pandemic was able to be eradicated, even though they tried various other ways. So it's very, very fortunate for us to be able to recite this. And this is exactly why Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us to recite this prayer. And with that strong bodhicitta motivation, we pray that this pandemic comes to an end as soon as possible, and all the diseases and all the social, economic ills on a collective and individual level. So let's recite this prayer together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body of mind, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now let's take a few minutes to actually do the recitation of the Tara mantra, because His Holiness has really requested us that doing Tara prayers is going to be very beneficial to eradicate this pandemic. So just take a few minutes to visualize again Aryatara, our Guru, in the form of beautiful green, radiant Aryatara sitting in front of us on a beautiful lotus and moon cushion with one face and two hands, her right leg extended to help us the moment we call upon her. A left hand holding this beautiful Utpala flower, which is very rare and precious and only found high up in the mountains. And she is also beautifully bedecked with jewelry and silks, indicating her different levels of attainment. So let's do a round of Tare Tutare Ture Suha. And then as we do this visualization, just again visualize that the blissful white light comes out from the heart of Guru Aryatara, completely purifying us and all sentient beings and the beautiful planet Earth and all the planets of all the negativities we have created since billions of lifetimes. Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 And now we complete the mala round by doing it softly. Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Tare Tutare Ture Soha. So at this point, you can take a few minutes to visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara, Guru Aryatara, and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dissolve into us through the crown, and it comes down to our hearts, and our body, speech, and mind have been transformed into the holy body, speech, and mind of the Buddhas. And we can keep this in our hearts as we go about doing our work the rest of the week, and to remind ourselves of our bodhicitta motivation and that we will do our best to benefit all sentient beings. So now we end with the dedication verses suggested by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Changchu Semcho Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panang Ke Kyo Chi, Ke Panam Pa Mi Pa Yang, Gong Ne Gong Du Pel War Shu. Samsara and Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Sankapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampel pavo jitar kenpadang kuntu sampo deang dejente deda kunji jesu da blokcher geva dida tamche raptiugo duzum shepe gyalva tamche ki gova ganla chotu gapa de dagi geve sawa di kunkyan sampo chocher raptiugo warji. And we finish finally by doing the short long life prayer of both His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tup shol chang zin jam gun gyalwe, Tenzing kyom pelwe kun zodo porze, chosum korwe le mondudru. Pada sodolje gondu shapten shu. So thank you all for joining me, and I want to thank the Chenrezig team again for their amazing efforts week after week to help us to do this, and to Venerable Damcho. And thank you for joining me, and I wish you a good week, and please stay safe and keep Guru Avalokiteshvara and Tara in your heart, and we do our best to benefit all sentient beings as much as we can as the week progresses. Thank you very much, and I turn it over now to Venerable Paloma. Hello, how are you?
Fine, and you?
Okay, it's a beautiful day here.
Wow.
In Tosamling, and it's beautiful because we also have the mountains, the Himalaya mountains right in front of us. So yeah, we rejoice, and we rejoice. India is going to be opening up. We'll hope and pray that the third wave does not hit, and that things will return to as normal as it can be.
How many nuns are in Tosamling right now?
At this point, actually, we have only we have 3 nuns here. So yeah, we have a few lay people here, and Venerable Sangho had to go back to the Netherlands to take care of her father who has cancer. So we keep her, we keep her and make dedications for her in our prayers.
Of course, of course, of course. Okay, take care, and all my love to all the sisters there, okay?
Thank you, take care.
Chao, chao, bye.
Bye.
Bueno, pues un saludo a todos, especialmente los venerables que estáis aquí y la venerable. Y Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much, as always, for your continuous help during, I don't know, maybe 2 years, I don't remember now how long. Nada, muchas gracias a los compañeros de Chenrezig Institute. Ya llevamos casi 2 años, Fabio. Ya no lo sé, pero mucho tiempo, ¿no?
Año y medio, año y medio.
Año y medio, vale.
Desde el 3 de agosto del 19.
Jo, pero te lo has apuntado, no me digas. No te puedes acordar.
Lo tienes apuntado y todo.
En la cabeza, en la cabeza.
Okay. Bueno, pues nada, vamos a eso, tenemos gracias al estímulo, a la inspiración y a la guía de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, nuestro querido Buda, que nos sugirió que hiciéramos esta práctica para purificar nuestras mentes, desarrollar el antídoto de la compasión y así poder, pues eso, cambiar las circunstancias y contribuir con la paz y la felicidad del mundo. Entonces, si os parece, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio. Luego quería compartir algunas reflexiones que aparecen en el libro uno de los últimos libros de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que todavía no están en español, el de Bodhicitta, sobre la compasión, y con ello arrancaremos, ¿vale? Entonces, unos momentos en silencio. Y Rinpoche nos dice, practicar la compasión significa algo más que no dañar a los demás. Significa el estar ayudándoles continuamente. Y esto se vuelve la causa de nuestro propio éxito. El primer paso para practicar la compasión es dejar de dañar a los seres. El que una acción sea virtuosa o no va a depender de la motivación. A mayor compasión, más vamos a dedicar nuestra vida a los demás. Y cada uno de nosotros somos responsables para la paz y la felicidad de todos y cada uno de los seres. Por tanto, todo lo que hagamos debería ser para desarrollar la compasión. Bueno, el libro es todo dedicado a cómo desarrollar la compasión, cómo desarrollar la preciosa de la mente de la bodhicitta. Y recordemos que es lo más importante en nuestra vida, es la mejor garantía para evitar el sufrimiento que no deseamos, para evitar dañar a los demás, la mejor garantía para asegurarnos de que nuestra vida tenga un sentido y tomar su esencia, y la mejor garantía para poder ofrecer felicidad a los seres, nuestras madres. Y disponemos, los Budas se nos manifiestan como Guru Chenrezig, la compasión en su máxima expresión, para ayudarnos a desarrollar esta preciosa mente. Entonces, recordemos a los seres queridos, nuestro padre y varones de la familia a nuestra derecha, estén en este mundo o en otros reinos. Y a nuestra madre y mujeres de la familia a la izquierda. Por delante aquellas personas con las que tenemos o hemos tenido dificultades. Y detrás aquellos con los que nos llevamos mejor, pero ampliando el círculo, dejando entrar a todos los seres, que con todos hemos tenido una relación muy íntima, muy cercana, y nuestra felicidad ha venido gracias a ellos, tanto la del pasado, la del presente, como la que logremos hasta alcanzar la iluminación. Y recordemos, tengamos el coraje de ser conscientes del sufrimiento que experimentan, no solo como humanos, que es indecible la situación de algunos, sino pensemos también en otros reinos de existencia. Y una vez madura el karma, tienes que experimentarlo. Entonces, en presencia de Guru Chenrezig, que es su santidad manifestándose así, que es Rinpoche manifestándose como tal, que es nuestros maestros. Contactemos con esa energía increíblemente compasiva de ellos. Toma este aspecto del Buda de la compasión, visualízalo con ese rostro bondadoso, compasivo, amoroso, que te mira con esa total aceptación, dulzura, y que nunca ni nos ha abandonado ni nos va a abandonar. Entonces abrámonos a su energía, a su guía, y tomemos refugio. A ver. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra, recordamos, visualizamos que desde Guru Chenrezig, desde su corazón donde está la sílaba semilla y el mantra, se irradia potente luz y néctar que llega a todos los seres, apaciguando en todos los universos, en todas las direcciones, en todos los reinos, llega hacia nosotros, nos impregna totalmente de esa energía bondadosa, compasiva, omnisciente y elimina nuestros miedos, nuestros sufrimientos, el karma negativo y especialmente disuelve la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Céntrate también en cualquier dificultad que puedas estar experimentando, que haya madurado algo. Bueno, pues esa energía de Chenrezig va directamente a disolverla y especialmente nos centramos también en que esa energía llega a todos los que están ahora en una situación más extrema, ya sea en este mundo humano, como por ejemplo los que están perdiendo todo en la isla de La Palma, afectados por el volcán o otros en otros lugares del mundo por las diferentes catástrofes, o los que están afligidos por la enfermedad o perdiendo a sus seres queridos. Toda esta energía de Chenrezig limpia totalmente sus miedos, su inquietud, su sufrimiento y les impregna de la fortaleza, de la compasión, de la sabiduría para sobrellevar y aprovechar esas circunstancias. Recitamos el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos citando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo la visualización. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualiza que todo tu ser se ha impregnado de esta energía luminosa y compasiva de Guru Chenrezig, así como todos los seres han sido impregnados por esa luz de la compasión, dejando nuestras mentes en paz, serenas, gozosas y nuestros cuerpos luminosos. Y desde la fuerza de la compasión y de la bodhicitta invocamos, apelamos a Thangtong Gyalpo para que cesen estas condiciones adversas que los seres experimentan, y recitamos la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente. Pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto de karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades y amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas y el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la oración a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karma, y por favor condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces, visualiza que Guru Chenrezig piensa en Rinpoche, tu maestro, su santidad, te mira con esa mirada compasiva, con esa total confianza en tu potencial, acepta nuestras oraciones, nuestras súplicas. Entonces, infinitas réplicas de Guru Chenrezig llegan a los infinitos seres, incluyendo a nosotros, se disuelve en luz, se absorbe hasta llegar al corazón, al chakra del corazón, arrasando con todo rastro de negatividad, oscurecimiento, ignorancia, egocentrismo. Y sentimos la fuerza de Guru Chenrezig en el corazón, la fuerza de la compasión. Y que sea esa fuerza la que impregne nuestras acciones, palabras, pensamientos. Entonces hacemos la dedicación. Venerable Begoña, ¿puedes empezar tú, por favor?
Pues sí, yo dedicaría en primer lugar para todas estas nuevas subidas de la pandemia en algunos países, debido, no se sabe a qué, pero bueno, pues para que vaya menguando también y vaya desapareciendo y la enfermedad. Y muy en especial por el grupo de los países industrializados del G20 que se está reuniendo en Roma, para que todos sus acuerdos y firmas sean para proteger nuestro planeta, pues del calentamiento global y de todas las cosas que, bueno, que están llevando al planeta a un momento muy crítico, ¿no? Que salgan de allí buenos acuerdos.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para que nos podamos reunir muy pronto con nuestros maestros y por los países que lo están pasando ahora peor.
Gracias. Y venerable Juan. El micrófono, no te preocupes. Ok, thank you.
Me uno a las dedicaciones de todos vosotros, de todos los maestros, pero especialmente quiero dedicar para que nuestras intenciones y acciones no se vean condicionadas por nuestras discriminaciones mentales, nuestras opiniones sesgadas por Dios, etcétera, y que en nuestra mente predomine sobre todo esta discriminación que crea separación, sufrimiento, etcétera, que predomine la actitud compasiva sin discriminación, sin ecuánime hacia todos los seres.
Fantástico. Muchísimas gracias. Entonces, que la preciosísimamente la bodhicitta que no ha nacido pueda surgir y crecer en nuestro corazón y en el de todos los seres, y que la que ya ha aumentado pueda aumentar más y más y nunca degenerar, que podamos alcanzar el estado de Guru Chenrezig y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado, que en todas nuestras vidas, nosotros, nuestros familiares, todos los seres, volvamos a encontremos a gurus mahayanas que nos enseñan el Dharma inequívoco, lo practiquemos con pureza y diligencia y logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Dedicamos por sus sagrados proyectos que que no tengan obstáculos, que sean del máximo beneficio para los seres, que todos los centros de Dharma, instituciones que ayudan a los seres, tengamos siempre condiciones propicias a todos los niveles para seguir ofreciendo esa ayuda a los demás y podamos siempre, especialmente los practicantes de Dharma, cumplir, actuar de acuerdo a los deseos de nuestros maestros y por sus largas vidas. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Tensin-Yaso, te ruego que vivas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Mayunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, tener una vida larga. Hacer vuestras dedicaciones particulares. Y os recuerdo que a las 9 tenemos nuevo pase en castellano a cargo de la estrella Fabioski, venerable Fabioski. Y muchas gracias. Nos vemos esta tarde. Gracias, Chenrezig Institute. Oh, Chen, how are you? A ver.
Thank you.
Are you happy? You are in Chenrezig Institute, right?
Yes, I'm at Chenrezig.
Fantastico. Very nice place, right? And also with some other nuns, which is a privilege. Sometimes, I hope.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said that I suppose you are very happy there in Chenrezig Institute with other sisters, with other nuns. That sometimes is a privilege. Sometimes could be a little bit difficult, but in general is great with Sangha.
Yeah, it is such a blessing to be within a community with joy. Of course, we have our difficulties, but it doesn't compare to what is going on in the rest of the world. It does not compare.
Yeah. Anyway, please our love to all our nuns there and monks, and enjoy your session. And gracias.
Gracias, Paloma. Gracias.
Bye.
Bye.
A ver.
Yay. So, we're here at Chenrezig, happy in the Sunshine Coast in Australia, that I've somehow managed to put this saxophone system, which is actually one of my favorite Buddhas, a Buddha that is outside the Gompa sort of ring down at Bendigo. So that is just outside of their Gompa there, with behind it. So I feel as though I'm in good company here, along with you, Sharon. Thank you very much for holding the fort, holding the platform for us.
Oh, I was just going to say, Dechen, can you just hold your microphone a little bit closer? You're kind of coming in and out. Is that possible to hold?
Sure. Let me see.
It just looks a bit, it just sounds, you sound very far away. Let's.
Is this any better?
Yeah, it is. I think, yeah. All right.
I'm going to block out the Buddha.
We just have to wobble from side to side.
Wrong way.
All right, I'll let you get on with it. Yeah, it was very hot today to be going anywhere.
Yeah. So look, you can hear me all right now. It's okay.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, your sound was quite muted before.
Right. So, well, let me know if it does go. I must admit, I am outside, which is where I get the best internet.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Enjoy. All right. I'll listen out. Okay. Bye.
Okay. So, welcome. Okay. So, thank you for joining me today, this evening, and continuing on with the blessed prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating practice and disease during this difficult time with the pandemic, affecting the whole world, and also that the meeting on climate change at the moment as well. Quite shocked to hear that in spite of all the rhetoric of our government, there's been no change in our emissions, very little change in our emissions. It's so frustrating that the powers that be are more concerned about economic well-being and money rather than the future of the world. It really does seem quite short-sighted, very short-sighted. I believe that Thangtong Gyalpo has also done a prayer for the famine. That might be the next thing to global famine, to the climate change. Anyway, and they asked people to be asked to do thank God. So we are just so fortunate to have been given the opportunity to say these prayers and during these difficult times as a sacrifice, as a teacher, as a resident teacher. So it's just bringing our awareness to the present moment, getting our motivation for this session, to really develop the motivation of finishing others. So it's all simple things. So yeah. that just focus on what we are going to do. Of course, there is a renunciation to this why we are going to this. We are still not we don't just let you declare about own knowledge about the power. Mani Padme Mani Padme We know how to continue on with the song practice. Visualize the body. Transforming into this particular body. That means white thought into this space of effective leaders. visualization that we're moving in suffering, relaxing the food, that's the basic development. This is the split more than fire, physical, suffering, particular self-destruction, totally reiterate the change. Between that, you see that self-love, the relationship with the body, the happiness, joyful, color, thereby the easier. This is second meditation. We visualize the full and power, calm and religion. Specifically, the origination of suffering. The edited death and the first suffering form. These are the gospel of the pure PTSD. Our best perspective, black light. One of the things that falls into light impact. Mentioned the ministry and the church to no sense of church. You visualize putting all the virtues, results of generosity, humility, all that previous life, through a lot of one heart, and only resources to see the manifested process. The all heart necessities of simple things, such as material work, love, church, everything, my soul, the same home, with your sacred And over the breathing like sadness, if you feel that you get and take position that you got to then you in the breathing. Not occur in the brain. strong body being feeling how that is inside the back to feel it, Bali, the Tibetan, the London, the city, and nothing to do. May the most
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear you very good. The transmission is not very good.
Sorry, it's generalization. I've just finished.
Yeah. Now I hear you better. Yeah. Yeah. We took ordination together.
Oh, we did too. Yes.
In 2019 with Rinpoche, remember?
Yeah. You're from the Netherlands.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you doing okay in Australia?
Yeah. I've got amazing conditions here at the Chenrezig nuns community. We're so blessed being here with our special teacher, Gyalpo Prayer. I'm studying the Buddhist study program. So amazing.
Very good. Very glad to hear.
And how about yourself?
Yeah, it's good. I'm still living here and following the basic program. And this next year is going to finish. Yeah, everything is well here.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, high five, 3.5 years.
Yes. Right.
Okay, enjoy.
Take care. Right. So, Chenrezig Institute, good. It is, I think, at night, evening at your side of the world. So thank you for still hosting this. I hope
That's
you're
all.
doing.
Hi. Yes, 7:30 at night.
Yeah, I already thought so.
Huh?
Right.
Yeah. And where are you?
Nalanda, France.
Oh, great. Yeah. I have been there, so lovely.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay.
Have a nice session. Bye.
Yeah. Hey, bye. So to whoever is watching, I hope you're well and that you don't have too much problems with COVID, or so if that things are going all right. So just a short introduction. I'm Chopel. I'm a Nalanda monk. I've been ordained here for 2 years. I live here. I follow the program here. And actually in France, there's not much news about COVID at the moment. There's no, what I hear from the news, well, at least from international news, no things about figures, and everything seems to be going very smoothly. We still have to wear mouth caps whenever we go to supermarkets, and we need like a special permit if you want to go, for example, to go to a museum or have coffee. So things are going steadily. In my home country, Netherlands, things are getting a bit out of hand again. The hospitals are getting full a little bit, and also the numbers are rising. Just a month ago, we had a lot of regulations were lifted, and now we see the results from it. In the Netherlands, it always had been gone like this, like a joyo. But here in France, it seems to be going very stable. So that's good. Also here in the monastery, things are going very fine. New volunteers will arrive, new people, they do a COVID test, then they're allowed into the community. So that was just a small introduction how it's going from COVID and this side of the world. And of course, all these prayers are still needed. And also here in Nalanda, each night we make also prayers to pacify COVID, like Rinpoche and His Holiness has advised. So yeah, it's good. It's still amazing that how this is still going after a year. But Madame Show, putting all the work, Chenrezig Institute. It's amazing. So for this session, I'm going to keep it very simple. I will recite the prayer, and then most part I will be reciting many mantras, and then in the end recite the prayer once, and then dedications. But whoever is watching, please feel free to do your own practice, or just watch me, or take a cup of tea, as long as you enjoy yourself. That's the most important thing. So we can try to set the motivation for this session by thinking about all dear Mother Sentient beings still in the world under the influence of COVID. We had here one volunteer whose brother died of COVID, so. And you also must have family members or friends who have been affected in one way or another. So that these prayers we're doing, they're still very much needed. And that by doing this, we're trying to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes and all his, of course, His Holiness wishes. And we can visualize Avalokitesvara in front of us, who is in one nature with our root guru, and also with, of course, His Holiness, Rinpoche. And you see all sentient beings sitting around us in the human form, especially those affected by COVID. And while we're doing this practice, we can visualize light rays emanating from the heart of Avalokitesvara, going to all sentient beings, and purifying them of all problems with COVID. Whether they're sick, healing them. So let me get the prayer. I had it. I got it here somewhere. Yeah, I got it here. All sentient beings, mothers in like space, go for refuge, express the Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the simple Guru, Zidams, in the Guineas. We go for refuge and declare our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in like space, go for refuge to the Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the same Guru, Zidams, in the Guineas. We go for refuge and declare our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in like space, go for refuge to the Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the same Guru, Zidams, in the Guineas. We go for refuge and declare our minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.